listening in as to the procedures that we hope to follow during these trying times, if you want to call it that. The majority of the panel itself are off-site, which makes things a little bit unique. They are present, so that will be helpful. But during this meeting, we will have two types of individuals or two types of identifiers. One will be panelists, and the others will be attendees. The panelists will consist of the Board of Adjustment members, and during a agenda item, panelists will also be identified as either an applicant or an appellant for their item. In addition to that, we will have staff that will be present to give their staff reports, and beyond that, we have attendees, and attendees will be the public in general. As a panelist, you will be able to ask questions anytime you want. Please go through the board or the chair here before doing so. And if you have a question, make sure that you please state your name so we know who is actually speaking for staff to record that. And if you are not speaking, board members, panel members, please keep your electronic device in the mute position so we don't hear the dogs or the little kids or the cartoons on the TV or things like that. Attendees, when we get to public comment or when we get to public comment within an agenda item, you are allowed to speak. You will have your original 3 minutes as identified, but in so doing, you'll have to hit your little hand up requesting to speak so our staff can identify that you're wishing to speak on a subject matter, and then we'll give you time to do so. Again, when you are identified to speak, make sure that you please state your name and your address so we know who in fact is speaking to us. Voting. If we have a situation in which we're not all in agreement, I will ask probably for individual votes. This way we can actually record who is either opposed or supports or opposes a situation. If I don't hear anything like that, then we'll go ahead and assume that it is in fact unanimous at that time, unless there's any other indicator that we're going to go a different direction. I think that kind of covers it at this moment in time. We will go ahead and move on with determining a quorum. Madam Secretary, would you please take roll call?
Clay Thomas.
Here.
Christina Hill. Christina Hill, can you hear us?
Are you on mute?
Shows that our microphone's on.
Okay.
Sometimes there are issues on the other end.
Okay, so we cannot hear from her as of yet.
Yep. She's shown on there and her microphone is shown on, so.
Okay.
Lee Lawrence.
Here.
Brad Stanley.
Is our volume up? Would they be able to hear us? Or be we able to hear them, I should say?
Are you muted? Can you go down to the bottom and see? Make sure your mic is muted.
I just button you all right here. Where would mine be?
The join audio. What? Arrow.
Audio settings?
Sure. Let's see. I'll see for that. So go ahead and X out of that one.
Do you want me to look at the test speaker
Can you?
microphone?
No, because I'll just have to go through this stuff
Okay.
again.
Okay.
Can we call? Has anybody checked in? That's me.
They're all there.
They
Donna?
show up on the
I've said
panel.
anything.
Can you see if you can get our last board member, Mr. Toulouse, to see if he can hear us? If not, then maybe it's obviously we can't hear all three
Oh,
of
you
them.
mean just call them on the phone
Yeah.
and see if they're able to hear from
Good idea.
I don't even know what's-
your phone numbers?
Kim, can you hear us? Can we hear you? No. Okay, that would be no.
Okay. I see that.
Maybe.
Given the last set of minutes, do we get to say that they were 7 minutes late?
Hello? Okay, we're taking roll call. We have Clay Thomas is here, Christina Hill.
Here.
Okay, Lee Lawrence is here. Brad Stanley,
Attending remotely?
thank you, and Kim Toulouse. Oh, he's,
I'm here.
okay, great, thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. It sounds like we might have a little bit delay with the panel, so we just need to be aware of that when we're speaking, that we need to allow time for it to gear up before we start either with our comments or any interjections. With that, if we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Is that Trevor?
Excuse me?
Your audio quality is horrible. I can barely understand you.
Okay, thank you. I'll see what I can do in just a second. I pledge allegiance to the
Okay.
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, let me see if I can get a little bit closer to the microphone, although I don't want to, but I will. Ethics law announcement, Mr. Large.
Board members are reminded that if with respect to any matter or any person coming before the board today, you have received a gift or loan, you have a pecuniary interest, you have a commitment in a private capacity, such as a family, employment, business, or similar relationship, or you provide a representation or counseling before an agency to a person or entity for compensation within the last year on a matter being considered, you must disclose that gift, loan, interest, commitment, or prior representation at the time the matter is being considered. And you must furthermore abstain from deliberation or voting on the matter if it is clear from the gift, loan, interest, commitment, or prior representation would materially affect the independence of judgment of a reasonable person. Board members are also reminded that under the Board of Adjustment rules, if you've had contact outside this meeting with any person interested in a matter coming before the board today, you should disclose the nature of that contact at this meeting.
She keeps calling me.
Thank you. Appeal procedure, Mr. Lloyd.
All right, most decisions rendered by the Board of Adjustment are appealable to the Board of County Commissioners. If you disagree with the decision of the Board of Adjustment and you want to appeal its action, you may do so in writing within 10 calendar days from the date that the decision being appealed is signed by the Secretary of the Board of Adjustment and mailed to the original applicant in the proceeding being appealed, in accordance with Washoe County Code. Please call the planning staff immediately at 328-6100 for information on the appeal procedure and application fee.
Thank you. Off-site board members, can you hear me any better now?
Yes.
I can hear you, but the sound quality is atrocious. It's very difficult to understand.
Okay, I don't know what we can do about that. We do have support staff here. I think they will work on it, see if we can clarify that for you. Yeah,
Okay,
is everyone
thank
having
you.
that problem? Are the other board members having difficulty understanding us here?
This is Brad Stanley. It's adequate. There's an advanced panel on Zoom when you're running the meeting that allows you to adjust sound quality and drop off background noise and filter and so forth. You might want to have a look at that.
Thank you. Kim, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you okay. The volume, again, like I said, the volume's good. The quality is just very difficult to pull out, but I guess I'll just have to live with it.
Okay. Thank you. Christina, how about you? Do you hear us okay?
Yes, everything's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on. Madam Secretary, it's general public comment. Any person is invited to speak on any item on or off the agenda during this period. Action may not be taken on any matter raised during this public comment period until the matter is specifically listed on the agenda as an action item. Madam Secretary, do we have anyone wishing to speak at this time?
We have Pete Todoroff.
Thank you.
Hello,
Yes.
I'm Pete Todoroff, Chairman of the Citizens Advisory Board in Incline Village. And I wanted to report on the WADMIN 20-0001 Mays Boulevard, the residential conversion. Can I speak about that now, or do I have to wait, or what?
No, please, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I wanted to mention it is not a condo complex, it's an apartment complex. We can walk to Highway 28, which is a block away, to catch the bus going to South Shore, to East Shore, to West Shore, wherever we want to go. It's the middle school, the high school, and the elementary school are all within walking distance. There are 28 spaces plus garages for that complex. You can walk across the street to the post office. You can walk across the street to the village market and a meat market at the same location. Applicant has indicated to me that he does not want to have a short-term rental area. It's strictly apartments for rentals, and he had made a deal with a Hyatt to house the to hire the workforce housing people there. And the only application I met this person 2 years ago, and I don't know why it's coming back on the Board of Adjustment, but I would like to make sure he's the only person I've ever met, period, and I've been up here 40 years, May 1st, that has ever addressed the information about workforce housing. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, is there anyone else wishing to speak at this time?
We have no further public comment.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment. We'll move on to possible action to approve the agenda. Is there any discussion from the board members on this item? Hearing none, I will accept a motion to approve the agenda.
This is Kim. I'll move to approve as written.
Second.
Thank you, and seconded by Mr. Lawrence. All in favor? Aye.
Hi.
Thank you.
Aye.
Moving on is possible action to approve the February 6th, 2020 draft minutes. Is there any discussion on this action item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I was not at that meeting and will abstain from voting.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I will accept a motion to approve the February 6th, 2020 draft minutes.
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. On that motion, was that Brad Stanley that made the motion?
It was.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll stay on that, or try to. Next is the public comment. The Board of Adjustment may take action to approve with or without conditions, modify and approve with or without conditions, or deny a request. The Board of Adjustment may also take action to continue an item on future agenda items. First item up is the administrative permit case number WADMIN 20-0001, the Mays Building, and I believe that's Mr. Pelham.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, I am Roger Pelham, behind the mask, my personal protective gear on today. This administrative permit as was noted during public comment, has in fact been heard before. The request before us this afternoon is to convert the first floor of a commercial office building into 2 residential apartments. There are 6 residential apartments on the stories above, and the story below is parking. The first floor is approximately 3662 square feet in size. This is up in the Tahoe area in Incline Village. The regulatory zone is medium-density urban. Multifamily dwellings, like apartment buildings, are permissible in that zone, subject to the approval of an administrative permit. If this seems familiar to you, that is warranted. This has been heard twice before by this board. The first time, the approval, which was granted, was not acted upon in a timely manner. The second approval was a substantially different configuration than is currently proposed by the applicant and included retaining some area of commercial on the first floor and more apartments. In this case, there are 2 larger apartments rather than 3 smaller and some commercial. The current request, again, is to turn that first floor into 2 apartments, one 3-bedroom, 2-bath, the other 6-bedroom, 3-bath. Standard code requirements are that 1 covered or enclosed parking space is required for each apartment. The bottom floor, subfloor you might say, of that building is configured as shown on the overhead here. The applicant initially requested that where the 2 red arrows are, that those would be counted as 4 parking spaces rather than 2. Staff did not agree with this. The reason for that is the use of those as tandem garages, of course, for 2 different apartments creates an obvious conflict. If the fellow in front wants to park there, well, the fellow in back can't. In addition, if we were to count those back ones as parking spaces, we would have to count the ones in front as driveways, and they're too narrow. So it does not meet standards. So in order for the applicant to meet standards, 1 additional enclosed or covered parking space will be required to be constructed on the subject site. So essentially, a 1-car carport will have to be added. There are a few other considerations. There is still commercial signage on the building that'll be removed. There are a number of lights on the exterior of the building that will need to be down-shielded. And then landscaping and screening will need to be brought up to meet current code standards. It does not at this time. This was reviewed by all of the appropriate agencies. All of the relevant conditions were included in the recommended conditions of approval. This was noticed properly in accordance with the development code. Notice was sent to 108 affected property owners surrounding the subject site. This was heard by the Incline Village Crystal Bay Cab in February, which did express concerns over the requirement for enclosed or covered parking. Staff believes that all of the required findings of fact can be made for an approval. Those are included in the staff report, which of course is available both online and is here available to the board. With that, I would like to recommend approval, subject to the conditions included with the staff report at Exhibit A. I would like to note that after having received the staff report with the recommendation, the applicant did express agreement, though reluctant, with the conditions of approval as written, which will require, again, the 1 additional parking space to meet code. With that, I am available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Pelham. Actually, yes, I do have a couple questions maybe you can answer. Just for my own edification, this is now the 3rd time that this item is being brought before the Board of Adjustment. If I remember correctly, the first one It was not, nothing was acted upon within the time frame that was given. The second time, what they asked for was significantly different than what they submitted.
That is correct.
And now we're here for a third time with more changes.
That is correct.
Within your report, also, maybe this is, we might have just touched on this, on page 10 of 13 within the first paragraph, it does say, the previous version of this project in June of 2019, permit number WAD-MIN 19-0008. The conditions of approval required that the plan be in substantial conformance with the plans that were approved by the Board of Adjustment. The plans submitted were significantly different than those reviewed.
That is correct. That is to say, the plans that were submitted for approval of a building permit. So this is the first step in the process. They get the overall go-ahead to conduct the project itself, but that, of course, is contingent upon submitting appropriate building permits and doing everything in accordance with generally applicable code requirements. But more importantly, in this case, doing it in conformance with the plans that was reviewed by this board in the public forum. The building permits that were submitted were substantially different.
Okay, and I guess, again, just help me understand this a little bit, that parking garages or carports are identified per unit.
That is correct.
But the two units that the applicant wants to add, one is going to have 3 bedrooms with looks like a community kitchen, and the other one is going to have 6 bedrooms with a community kitchen.
That is correct.
So although you may have to have a carport because you've identified it as Unit 1 or Unit 2, you can have a total of up to actually 9 more individuals on site that 7 of them would not have a garage or a carport.
That is essentially correct. Like a single-family dwelling built on its own parcel of land, you could have a 3 or a 6-bedroom house. The code requirement is 1 enclosed parking space. These are dwelling units. Each dwelling unit requires 1, in this case, covered or enclosed parking space. That's the minimum code requirement, more or less across the board.
But it would appear to me that if it was a standard residence, I could kind of understand that, everybody living under one house, but these are long-term rentals, as I believe was stated earlier. And therefore, what you're having is not family members all in under one roof. It would appear that you could actually rent out each one of these bedrooms to an unrelated individual.
If there is a question there, I wouldn't care to speculate. The reason I would not care to speculate is we're going to evaluate this as 1 dwelling unit, or, well, 2 in this case, on the ground floor, because that is what has been applied for. Whether, for our purposes, a dwelling unit be an apartment or be it a single-family detached dwelling, is more or less evaluated as the same thing.
Thank you. And Mr. Pelham, one other question under your conditions of approval. You said about adding an additional carport. Would you please point that out to me? Was that in there? I must have missed it originally.
It's mute. Just muted it.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Toulouse, do you have a comment?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize. I don't have a copy of my own staff report in the
Roger-
case file. It's on my
Roger,
desk.
if I may, if you look at condition 1G, it states the plan shall include at least 1 parking space within a garage or a carport set aside for the exclusive use of each of the residential apartments within the building. Apartment numbers shall be prominently displayed on each garage to indicate the exclusive use that parking space by the resident or that apartment.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. I appreciate that. All right. I thank you, Roger, for answering those questions for me. I'll now, are there any questions for Mr. Pelham from board members? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, with that, is the applicant present, and do they wish to speak on this matter?
I am present. Can you hear me?
Yes.
As it says in my letter,
I'm sorry, Tim, can you state your name, please?
my name is Tim Carlson. I'm the owner of the property of 795 Mays Boulevard, and have submitted a letter hoping that you'd be able to read that. I'm accepting the staff's recommendation at this time, and would like to just see this application approved. So if there's any questions of me personally or about the project, I'll be more than willing to answer them.
Thank you, sir.
No, as a representative of Incline Village, I think it's a great project, and I appreciate your ability to add a parking spot. I think it'll help a lot considering how big the units are. And, you know, it's a perfect place for rental housing in Incline. It's a perfect location. So I appreciate you doing this project.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Are there any other questions for this gentleman? Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Madam Secretary, is anyone from the public wishing to speak on this matter?
We don't see any public comment.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board for discussion. Is there any discussion from the board members? I would, I guess I would say that just for me, my real concern is the lack of covered parking for the tenants there. I think there's a potential problem of a first come, first serve, but I don't believe if you have an apartment that has 6 bedrooms in it, that everybody is going to be getting a covered parking space. And I just have an issue with that. I think it was just trying to cram more people into one location, obviously, than really what the property should be able to hold. That's all from me. Any other questions? Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
All right, just 1 second. Okay. All right, go ahead, Ms. Hill.
I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and the information received during the public hearing, the Board of Adjustment approve administrative permit case number WADMIN 20-0001 for Tim Carlson, having made all required findings in accordance with Washoe County Development Code Section 110.808.25, including consistency, improvements, site suitability, and issuance not detrimental.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Second.
I'm sorry, we've, Mr. Lawrence
This
has
is Kim,
seconded
I'll
that.
second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next item up on the agenda is special use permit case number WSUP 20-0002, Boneyard Flats grading phase 2. And I believe, again, Mr. Pelham, you are up.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. This request is for a special use permit for Phase 2 of grading within the Boneyard Flat area, which is located in the northern portion of the Spanish Springs Valley, for excavation of 1 million cubic yards of earth and material. This is to serve two purposes. One is to increase the flood storage capacity in Boneyard Flat, as well as to provide fill material for development in the surrounding area. The project site is shown here in yellow. Here we have Pyramid Way, or Pyramid Highway, running more or less north-south through the middle of this vicinity map. This is adjacent to a subdivision to the north there. That's Pebble Creek. The grading plan here shows that the excavation will take place really only in this one sort of triangular section towards the south of the project. The contours you can see there to the right side of the screen is where essentially the new slope will be created. That's where sort of the material will be dug out, and then it'll be relatively flat as it travels going to sort of the west and south. Next slide, please. Donna, can you? Here we go. Did you do that or did I do that? Okay. I apologize. This is an overhead photo of the subject site before phase one of the grading took place. As you can see, there is sort of standing water and riparian vegetation there at the bottom that will be restored after the material is excavated. The topsoil with the organic materials has been stockpiled on site, will continue to be stockpiled on site, and then will spread back out and revegetated at the end of excavation. I apologize. Next slide, please. Apparently my remote is not working. Again, this is phase two of this request. There will be a, pardon us for just a moment. Well, we're having a little trouble with the overhead. That's okay. There will be a buffer of at least 50 feet between the adjacent residential properties and the beginning of the grading. The grading will be done at a 4-to-1 slope, which is actually shallower, less steep than typical, which would be 3-to-1. And that is really just to make it a little bit more natural looking. There will be some curves put in there, again, to make the final configuration look slightly more natural. We are continuing the same conditions of approval as were granted under phase one. Again, I believe that the requisite findings of fact can be made for approval of the special use permit. I guess I could go back and say that the special use permit is required based upon both the volume of excavation and the area of disturbance for the grading. With that, I'm available for any questions that you might have. Again, I am recommending approval subject to the conditions included at Exhibit A to the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Pelham. Are there any questions? Mr. Lawrence?
Yeah,
Mr. Chair?
Pelham. Yeah, 1 second there, Mr. Toulouse. Mr. Lawrence has a question first.
Roger.
Okay, great, thank you.
Just real quick, I look, this is in my view shed and everything. I can see all that down there, which is no problem. I could care less about that. It's the Pebble Creek residence down there. There's quite a lot of development going on all around this thing. And I'm just assuming, but I want to hear from you, that dust mitigation is going to be a big part of this project. I really hope so. There are projects going on out there now, and they've done a pretty good job. I see the water trucks gearing up when the news comes on at 5:30. They say it's going to be windy tomorrow. They're usually out there in the morning, getting it going. So I have your assurance on that?
Yes, sir. What I would like to address that in this way. A dust control permit is required. That is issued through the Air Quality Management Division of the Health Department. They are responsible not only to evaluate the permit itself and the mitigation measures that are in place, but they also monitor and do enforcement on that. That is standard code.
Thank you, Roger.
Absolutely.
Mr. Toulouse, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Pelham, I believe that we had another application for grading at Boneyard Flat about a year or so ago. And in other grading operations like this, we have put in the conditions operating hours, specific operating hours and days. And I don't see that here. What I see is grading shall take place during daylight hours only. I know that we have in the past, in previous cases, limited those hours of operation to, for example, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. If the board had a flavor to change that, I would like to propose that change in the operational conditions.
Yes, sir. I would address that by saying that it's certainly within your purview.
Okay, Roger, I didn't get that.
That is certainly within your purview to make that a change to the conditions of approval.
Okay, then, thank you, Roger. I would like to make that change in the conditions of approval under item 1H2 to change the language that grading shall take place during the hours of 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday.
Thank you, Mr. Toulouse. What we'll do is we will bring that, when we bring that back to the board, we will go ahead and address it at that time. But thank you for that input.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any more questions from Mr. Pelham? Roger, I have one real quick. Has this been used as a water retention site in the past? Do you know?
It is a natural low spot in the area, and yes, water collects there.
If I can add to that too, this really is necessary. What you're seeing here is Boneyard Flat is a closed basin, and so what this is doing, it's preventing a situation similar to what we've seen in Lemon Valley with Swan Lake. Not to that extreme, nature, but we don't know what potential flood events could possibly create. So additional retention and storage of stormwater is certainly necessary in this location.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Pelham, on the documents that I have, is this location actually in a low spot, or is it? I thought it was a little bit uphill from the residential area that's next to it. Did I?
No, sir, it is lower in elevation.
It is lower in elevation.
And it is naturally lower in elevation, and the water has naturally collected there for perhaps millennia.
Okay, I appreciate that. I guess, I don't want to say it's concerned, but just because there's a depression in the ground where water collects, does that really identify it as a water retention pond? You know, I know we're using different words here, but we're talking about if we dig this out, then it becomes a retention pond. But the question becomes is how much water over a normal course of time has actually collected there, and has that been a problem in the past? So and that's more rhetorical. Sure. I don't expect you to have an answer for that. So, Mr. Lawrence?
I think I can answer your question. At the end of last winter, after 3 years of excessive rain, that retention area, natural retention area, flooded out pretty far. I would say possibly 150 acres of water surface area. I don't know how deep. It's very muddy out there because I got my truck stuck there once, but it is a natural area, and I think that containment is probably, with the growth going on out there, is probably a good idea, and it seems like the CAB and the folks there were for that idea, to have some control of that, because it does spread out pretty far. We call it Lake Pebble Creek from my house, so just a little bit there. Thank you.
And Roger, last but not least, under conditions, and there's just a spelling thing under the Washoe County Engineer, section 3E. It just says that the slope isn't to be no steeper than 4.1, if we can just, it's just a correction.
We
slight
can make
correction.
that correction to steeper, certainly.
Thank you very much. With that, are there any more questions for Mr. Pelham?
Yep.
Mr. Stanley?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do have one question for Roger, please. And that is, Roger, what is this may have been mentioned earlier, and I could have missed it on audio, but what is the length of time, if any, on this SUP?
Standard special use permits are 2 years, and they've not requested any change. The first phase of grading, they actually requested a much longer period of time, but as it turns out, this was a very popular project, and it will no doubt be done very quickly. But the applicant, I believe, is also signed in and may be able to address that, or the applicant's representative, rather.
Thank you. Could you, due to audio quality, would you say the number of years again, please?
2.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pelham. Any more questions?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? Do they wish to speak on this matter?
The applicant is present, Derek Kirkland with Wood Rogers, representing the owner and applicant. There's been a lot of great discussion. I think Roger did a great job covering it. I won't get into too much detail. Just other than this, back in October, there was an SUP approved for phase 1. We're not changing with this SUP request for phase 2. We're not changing the project area, and really we're just digging that pit deeper within that same project area, and we'll have the same conditions and kind of at the end of this with the 4-to-1 slopes and the curvilinear areas is try to make that match into the surrounding area as much as possible. With that, we do have Steve Strickland, engineer with Wood Rogers, can help answer questions as well, and we're here if there's any other questions that come up.
Thank you. Just stand by for a second. Are there any questions for this gentleman? I do have one. As I understand it, according to the documentation, that 500,000 yards have already been moved. That was the project number 1. Is that correct? Or phase number 1, I should say?
The first SUP with phase 1 was 500,000 cubic yards. That's underway right now. I don't believe the full 500,000 yards has been removed at this point.
Okay. And where are you putting the unsuitable material that you're pulling out of this project?
I'm going to defer that question to Steve Strickland, who is the engineer at Wood Rogers on this project, if that's all right.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me okay?
Sure. Can you state your name for us, please?
Yeah, this is Steve Strickland, and I'm representing the applicant with Wood Rogers.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we have about half of that material is identified to move over to a project in the city of Sparks, about 3 or 4 miles away. And then the rest of it would be, we'd find a home for it later. We wanted to make sure that we went through this process so that we had, as we identify locations, we can, the SUP would be in place.
And so the material is, the unused material or unsuitable material is still being stored on site, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I don't quite follow your question.
Well, within the documentation under the moving of the 1 million cubic yards of earth, it says that any unsuitable material will be put back into the hole once it's done. So I'm assuming that the 500,000 cubic yards of material that you are currently extracting from there probably has some unsuitable material that you've probably already run into. I'm just wondering where that's being stored.
Yeah, that material has been used on adjacent properties.
Okay, so there's none on site?
There's the entire bottom, most of it is unsuitable for structural. And what that means is we wouldn't want it under roadways or certain types of structures, but it is useful in other applications for fill.
Okay. My other question is, I just did some quick calculating here, and I know that the request that this goes till the year 2025, I believe, is the time frame for this. But just doing some quick calculating, if you take 1.5 million cubic yards out of 188 acres, and the standard dump truck holds 5 acres, you're at like 1,595 truckloads per acre. That's a pretty big hole that you're digging right there. That's almost more like an open pit mine operation than a water retention type pond. Is that a fair assumption, or help me work through this?
Well, most of the first 500,000 yards was moved on adjacent, or will be, and has been to date, moved on adjacent properties. So it hasn't been trucked. It's been moved right there. The next portions of it may be trucked. There's, you can fit, I think, 10 to 12 yards of material in a double truck. And so, yeah, the number of trips is high for sure.
And what's the estimated depth that once this is completed that'll be? I know that was a question asked at the CAB meeting and was unanswered. Do you have a figure for us?
Oh, sure. Yeah. So the existing, the phase one of the application, essentially the grading for that started at the existing bottom of Boneyard Flat and then just started slicing kind of into the hill. So that it didn't go any deeper. This application would basically push us down another 10 feet from the existing ground as it sits today.
So you'd have a depth of 10 more feet for 188 acres roughly?
No, it'd be 10 more feet for, the 188 acres is the entire parcel. It's significantly less than 188 acres going down 10 feet.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Mr. Lawrence?
Okay, so I just wanted to follow up. So how many acres would the 10-foot depth encompass?
I'm doing some math for you. Hold on a second.
Okay.
It's about 60 acres.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any more questions for this gentleman? Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate that. Madam Secretary, is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on this matter?
Yes, we have, let's see here. We have a couple of emails that I can read that we received. And let's see. They will be allowed the 3 minutes as I read them. So bear with me. Sure. Okay, it says, this is from Lynn Starnes, and she says, I am a resident of Pebble Creek. I do not represent Pebble Creek, but the actions discussed today affect me as a resident. Since by state statutes, this proposed work is a borrow pit in size, I am going to use that wording. Number one, in wet years, Boneyard Flats has filled with drainage water. In fact, last spring, after a wet winter, there was a pool or lake that extended through the current excavation. With proposed deeper dredging in the burrow pit, all drainage from Hungry Ridge, Pyramid Way, and the current permitted developments will go to the lowest point in the valley, which will be the new earth burrow pit. Is the county permitting a lake at this location, a wetland? The county has a track record of allowing development that restricts floodplains. If the borough pit fills with water, who is responsible for flooding, children drowning, etc.? Number 2, ditches in Pebble Creek were approved by the county. The county needs to require the owners of this borough pit to connect their pit in the Boneyard sink with Pebble Creek's drains in an efficient manner and at no cost to us homeowners in Pebble Creek. Number 3, there is a county road across the property to the north of the borough pit. There is a road built by Hamilton near the fences to the north of Serenade Drive and to the west of Ocean View Drive in Pebble Creek, continuing south along the newer addition of Pebble Creek. In September 2019, BLM and local fire departments utilized these roads to control the Hungry Ridge Fire. Spanish Springs Associates LP cut off the southern end of these roads that used to go through what is now the borough pit. Wildland firefighting access needs to be recreated on or around the current and proposed borough pit. Number 4, this proposed borough pit lowers the water table below drainage ponds for the properly permitted rock gravel mine to the south of this proposed project. The loose dirt berms installed by Spanish Springs Associates will do nothing to prevent groundwater traveling to the new, deeper borough pit. How will Spanish Springs Associates ensure hard rock gravel mine drainage does not infiltrate to their borough pit that will be getting deeper as mining continues in the borough pit? This water will add to the drainage from Pyramid Way, Pebble Creek, and the industrial complex and Hungry Ridge. Number 5, what is the Spanish Springs Associates post-mining plan for this property? Do they plan to line the final pit with clay and allow it to fill? Okay,
Are you almost done with that?
no,
Pardon me?
no.
Oh, okay, then we will go ahead and accept it as is.
Okay. Comment number 2 is from Sam and Janine Egan, and it says, Dear Washoe County Board of Adjustment, we are most dismayed learning that an additional phase of grading was being considered in Boneyard Flat, as the first phase created major dust and debris in the Pebble Creek community. We have to replace our pool filter at a cost of $423 per filter, as it was clogging with approximately 80 pounds of dirt. We will have to have our house power washed due to the amounts of dirt and dust that have accumulated on our windowsills and doorways and solar. We hear water trucks attempting to keep the dust at bay, however, it isn't enough. During wind events, clouds of dust fly through the air and blanket Pebble Creek. We have noticed an increase of bugs and critters who have been displaced by the first phase, moving into our yards. We are very concerned about what mosquito season will bring. We were told that the area would be replanted to mitigate the impact of this project, which hasn't been done. We would like to see the first phase stabilized prior to a second phase being considered. This project has had an impact on the value of property in Pebble Creek, as well as our enjoyment of our homes. We feel it is irresponsible of Spanish Springs Associates LP to dig out the area and leave the property owners to deal with the aftermath. Sincerely, Sam and Janine Egan. Okay, that's all of the email comments that I have. And then I think I have one video or one audio, one voicemail from Roger Evans, and I will play that. Oh no.
Hi, my name is Roger Evans, and I'm calling in Boneyard Flat Grading Phase 2 project, and the meeting being held on Thursday, April 16th at 1:30 p.m. I am a resident in Pebble Creek subdivision.
starting it over, I'm sorry.
Hi, my name is Roger Evans, and I'm calling in reference to the Boneyard Flat Grading Phase 2 project and the meeting being held on Thursday, April 16th at 1:30 p.m. I am a resident in Pebble Creek subdivision, which is just north of the proposed grading area. My question is, we have large drainage ditches that run through our division. There's one large north-south drainage ditch that will run directly into the Boneyard Flat Basin. And there's also an east-west one that runs along Pebble Creek and then turns kind of southwest and runs into the basin. My question is, will the project, or could the project make sure that these drainage ditches are altered properly so that the water does drain into them? You know, they run across an area that isn't within the proposed work area, but without the drainage ditches running all the way there, what's the purpose? So to me, the drainage ditches should be a part of the project to make sure that all the water from these ditches has unimpeded flow into the basin. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Have a good day. Bye.
I don't see anybody with their hand up, so that is all the public comment we have on that item.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board for discussion. Mr. Lawrence.
Well, I had a couple of questions. Was it Mr. Starnes, the engineer involved in the project? Is that correct?
Steve Strickland.
Strickland. Well, there we go. There. I'm sorry, Mr. Strickland. What I wanted to ask you is a couple questions from these emails, and the caller there, Mr. Evans. Lynn Starnes was concerned about additional drainage going into the pit. Is this designed for additional drainage to go into that pit, or is this standard drainage that has always been going in there, or is this designed to handle additional drainage from the Pebble Creek area, from the roadsides? How does that figure in?
Sure. So as Roger mentioned earlier, this is a natural low spot in the area. And so much of the drainage in that area, including Pebble Creek, some of the areas on the east side of Pyramid Highway, all find their way to Boneyard Flats. So that water path, that stormwater path, is not changing with this project. That's all going there. In fact, what this project is doing is providing additional storage for all the water that comes there. You know, there's more volume for it now. The Washoe County Engineering Department hired a consultant last year to go through and relook at this area. And what they determined was that, you know, for every 600,000 cubic yards that we remove out of that basin, that's going to lower the 100-year water surface elevation of Boneyard Flat about a foot. So with this project and with what was done previously, you know, we have the opportunity to lower the flood storage elevation in that area pretty significantly. So there's no additional water that's going to go there because of this project. It's all going there today. We're just going to provide more space for it.
You have another question?
Yes, go ahead.
I have one other question. Okay, so my question is, what is the groundwater depth at the bottom of the valley there where this excavation is taking place?
Well, it's going to be interesting because the groundwater, because the material is mostly clay, the water sits on top. And so we dug 7 test pits out there about a month ago, I'd say. And only one of our test pits, we ran into freestanding groundwater, and that was about 11 feet deep. So because there's this layer of clay, the water really doesn't soak in that much. So we're not expecting to run into any more water that's there today. Again, the water that falls into that basin is going to sit there, will seep through, and a lot of it will evaporate.
And so what I would like to hear is, it is your belief and comments here today that this will have no effect on the groundwater table level in the valley?
Well, I'm not a hydrogeologist, but I'm not sure how it would. Again, it's the same water going there in the future as goes there today.
Well, and I think Ms. Lynn Starnes' concern was at the excavation point, possibly over this large area, especially the 60 acres, 10 feet deep, that you could encounter a groundwater or something like that area that's higher that could lower the groundwater. So essentially, it sounds like you guys aren't fully convinced that groundwater levels are 100% protected. Is that correct?
No, I don't think I'd say it that way. What we did find was that there's clay all the way down through our excavations. And so the clay that's there now, there's going to be continued clay as we get down further. And so I'm not seeing that there would be an issue there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions for this gentleman?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a question. This is Brad Stanley.
Go ahead.
Following up on your earlier questions about the amount being removed over the time period, Mr. Strickland, what is your estimate on how many outgoing and incoming trips per day with the moving trucks that you're talking about might occur?
It's, so you're thinking, it's probably in the order of 30-ish trucks a day.
Yeah, my math came out about 35 or so. Just wanted to confirm that that was in the ballpark, going back again to the questions raised by the chair. And if I may, a follow-up question?
Go ahead.
The outgoing dirt material is going to be used as fill?
Yes.
And where specifically, or where generally will that be used?
Well, a portion of it will be used, we believe, on a project that is just south of La Posada Boulevard, east of Pyramid Highway.
And is this fill being donated or sold to these recipients?
I'm not privy to the deals that are involved in all this. I can't speak to that.
Is there someone present who can speak to it?
I don't know how to, can you hear me? This is Jesse Haw.
Hi, Jesse.
Hi, for the record, Jesse Haw with Spanish Springs Associates Limited Partnership. To date, we have not charged any money for the material that's been removed. It's, so far from phase one, if that helps.
And nothing's anticipated for phase two?
Yes, there may be some money charged on phase two, but we don't have anything signed yet. Going back, as was alluded to earlier, the county changed the way they measure or want to store the amount of water in this closed basin. It was historically always a 24-hour event, and then last year in the spring, the county engineer said we want to make it a 10-day event, which will raise the flood level up. It was like 8 feet. And so this is historically where the water goes in North Spanish Springs into this closed basin. And so one of the thoughts is to lower the base flood elevation so that it can create or store more water, runoff water. The water is the same amount, you know, it rains every year. Before it was on a more of a flat level, and now it's going to be sucked into more of a controlled area, and that's what phase 2 of this project is going to do.
Anything further, Mr. Stanley?
No, thank you.
Mr. Strickland, this is Clay Thomas. I have a question, or maybe you can, like I said, help me through this. On your permit application, under number 3, about the square feet of surface property you're disturbing, you said no new surface area will be disturbed under this request. The additional export material would be generated from deeper cuts within the previous approved 188 acres. And I thought you said earlier that you're only using 60 acres out of that 188 acres?
Yeah, so this additional permit, this additional million yards is in, it's going down from what has already been graded. So we won't be necessarily touching some of the other, and the 188 acres is I believe the entire parcel that this is involved in. The actual grading is, or actual disturbance is slightly less than that.
So if this project is approved, you'll be actually taking 1.5 million cubic yards within 60 acres?
No, they're kind of adjacent. So as I mentioned before, a portion of the original permit started at the bottom and kind of went into the hill kind of north of the bottom of Boneyard Flat, and also a little bit to the west. And those slopes have been, a lot of those slopes have already been built. We'll be starting at that location and then starting to go down. So we'll be excavating in areas that have already been cleared. We'll just be going down a little bit further as well.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for these gentlemen? Hearing none, thank you, gentlemen, we appreciate that. We'll bring it back to the board for discussion.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
And who is this?
This is Dwayne Smith. I'm the county engineer. Part of the questions here, I just wanted to make sure that I had an opportunity to share a little bit of perspective, which I think might be helpful for the board. So if that's appropriate, I'd like to do that right now.
Yes, we'll go ahead and allow that.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you for the questions, because I think these are important questions to ask anytime that there's grading or soil activities that are being done adjacent to industrial and certainly adjacent to residential areas. My team is very sensitive to that. There's some questions about dust control, and certainly those permits through the air quality division of the health department will be put in place and enforced. I can speak personally that some of the activities we've done as the utility in North Spanish Springs questions have been raised about that, and we are very active in making sure that all permits are applied and adhered to. So I want to put that information out there. The second thing I'd like to say is that, yes, about a year and a half ago, based on experiences that we have in other closed hydro basins within Washoe County, it came to my attention that there was a gap in the data and understanding of the base flood elevation, the kind of the pool elevation of the Boneyard Flat closed basin. Based on that, Washoe County Engineering initiated a study, and through that study, it was determined that using better techniques, better hydrology information, and better topography information, and with a recommended change in the storm durations, that the Boneyard Flat closed basin elevation, it did indeed go up. When that elevation went up, it has impacts. Those impacts are to the industrial area, to potentially the residential area, but it also impacts Washoe County roads, and also one of our lift stations that the sewer utility owns. Because of those concerns, and I certainly appreciate the property owner going about this, the conversation turned to what can be done to help mitigate these flood impacts. If we do see a 100-year flood event in this area, what can be done to help lower that flood pool elevation? There's not a whole lot of options that are cost effective. But in this particular area, due to the size, due to the type of material, and due to the need for raising building pads and some of the construction activities immediately adjacent to, and also in the Sparks area, it became very clear that there was an opportunity to remove material from this closed basin and effectively lowering that base flood elevation. So as the team that's provided you the information today, the technical information, I just want to say that we have reviewed all of that information. We've been part of those discussions, and certainly Washoe County Engineering supports this application because it does provide mitigation for flood impacts. I think it also has to be said that they are being respectful of the community by flattening the slopes, putting in curvilinear slopes, and certainly following the requirements of re-vegging the area. The last thing I would like to say is that there is, in this particular area, the geology does allow for water to infiltrate into the ground at somewhat higher rates than we see in other closed basins. We all know that Swan Lake, Silver Lake, and White Lake, which are also closed basins, still have standing water from the devastating precipitation events that we had in 2017. This area doesn't pool in the same way as in terms of long-term water storage, but it certainly can receive significant volumes of water. So again, I just want to make sure that while I'm not supporting a particular project, I do support the efforts for mitigating the potential flood impacts, and that is the reason that the applicant has submitted a second special use permit, recognizing that there is an opportunity to reduce the flood pool elevation. So I just wanted to share that information with you, and I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Quick question for you then. And what effect will 500 or half a million cubic yards, how will that help mitigate any type of flooding?
To answer your question, and I believe Mr. Strickland identified this number earlier, but it's approximately 600,000 cubic yards per 1 vertical foot. So if we are able through this project to see approximately 1.5 million acre feet taken out of the closed basin, we expect that that will lower the effective flood pool by almost 3 feet. That's significant. That really does reduce potential impacts during a 100-year flood storage event to the adjacent properties, including Washoe County roadways and utility infrastructure.
Thank you. And just a follow-up question I know Mr. Lawrence had, do you happen to know about where the water table is at that site?
The information that Mr. Strickland provided is the same information that we have. And so, of course, these closed basins, due to the geology, due to the nature of the closed basin, how they release the water lower into the groundwater table is unique to each location. But we do see that we don't anticipate encountering we don't anticipate that the construction or the removal activities will get into the groundwater table. What we might see is through this, there may be a time, a winter storm or some other precipitation event where we see runoff coming from the surrounding areas, from Stormy Canyon, from the west and certainly from the east as well. So we may see, and likely will see, runoff as it passes through the industrial areas, passes through the residential areas that go into the basin. But the information that's been provided to date shows the groundwater table below what the proposed limits of excavation are.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this gentleman? Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Again, we'll bring it back to the board for any further discussion. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Toulouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All in all, overall, I believe that this is not a bad project, and it will allow for some additional flood storage so we don't end up in a situation similar to Swan Lake or Silver Lake or White Lake. But again, I would like to go back to the operating conditions on page 2 of 4, and under 1H2, I would like to propose that change I mentioned earlier, that grading shall take place during the hours of 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Saturday.
Thank you very much there, Mr. Toulouse. Appreciate that. Is there any discussion on this issue? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move on. Any further discussion? Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Geez, for my own edification, I wish we could have had a hydrologist here today. There's a clay layer out there, no doubt. I've actually been stuck in it, as I said earlier. And the removal of this clay layer concerns me as much as potential groundwater depths being affected by potentially draining water around the surrounding area. Removing the clay, well, let me ask, my assumption is that all waters are going to flow into this retention basin, it sounds like, from Pebble Creek and the roads and things like that. And then from there, this material sinks through the granicular soil out there, because we have pits all around there that have really good DG. And my concern is the potential for untreated, unprocessed waters to leach directly into the groundwater table, to which I have a well at my house about 600 feet, quite a ways, 600 feet deep, I should say, quite a ways from this area, this site. But that concerns me. And the answers that I've received here today, or the comments, I should say, have not really quelled my concern regarding the groundwater situation that is potentially lowering that, or potential contamination by any sort of contaminant coming from the industrial parks, from the streets, houses, surrounding areas, that's going to now flow into a place where all the clay's been removed, and now we have just a granicular soil underneath. So with that being said, I'm not supportive of this project at this point in time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Any more discussion?
Mr. Chair, this is Brad Stanley.
Yes, go ahead.
I have more of a question than a discussion point, and it is this. With Mr. Smith's very good comment behind this, what sort of, and with some of the other discussion, what sort of insurance is part of this proposal, and and of course the driver for the question is, given the relatively recent unpleasantness on a number of related issues, is there sufficient insurance to cover the potential downside, if any, on this sort of thing?
Yes, that's a question I don't know if anyone here has an answer to, but it's something to consider. My take on this is, again, I still see it more or less as an open pit mine that's actively working right now. 1.5 million acres of cubic yards, even if you get a bigger truck, even if you get the large trucks that are 10 cubic yards, that's still 800 trucks per acre that they're hauling material out of there. And especially if they're even going to refine it just down to 60 acres instead of 188 acres, that should be a fairly deep hole that they're that they're really looking at digging. I don't believe, for me anyway, that there's been answers to some of the questions about the water table, about the depth, about the hall. It was even stated, I believe, either by Mr. Strickland or one of his representatives, that was a lot of traffic activated through that area. So there's just some more information I'd like to have before I probably voted in favor of this. Maybe after the 500,000 cubic yards have been removed, then consideration could give, or I should say we can give consideration to the next million cubic yards to be removed. But that's my position on it, or my take on it. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Toulouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am sympathetic to both your and Mr. Lawrence's points. I guess my question would be, since this is it appears to me that this is a requirement that's been laid on the developer by the county with new information, what is the alternative if the grading did not take place? I guess this is a question for Mr. Hawk, if he's still available. What's the alternative if the grading were not to take place?
This is Jesse Hall. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can, thank you.
Thank you for that. We only have a black screen, so it's hard to tell what's going on. But if this is denied and there's no appeal, nothing would happen. And unfortunately, the potential base flood elevation will be that much higher. So the water's still going to come, but your flood elevation level will be higher. I guess that's probably the only alternative outcome. As far as, I think there was some consideration or some questions about moving material and the amount of trucks and stuff. If for example, that project off La Posada, if it goes forward, it'll still get more material, it'll just get it from a different area. And this is unsuitable material, meaning most of it is not structural. So anyway, I don't know if that answers your question. I'm rambling. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I have one other question in addition to the...
Go ahead, Mr. Stanley.
Yeah, thank you. In addition to the insurance question, which I'm not sure got answered, could you clarify, or could someone again clarify that this is an official mandate that has been, for this action to take place, that's been passed to Spanish Springs, Associates LP at this time? Is it a suggestion or is it a requirement?
Mr. Chair, this is Dwayne Smith again, if I can answer that question.
Go ahead.
No, Brad, this is not a mandate or a dictum to the property owners out there to lower the flood pool elevation. I simply see it as an opportunity to help lower the flood pool elevation associated with this closed basin.
Yeah.
It's not a direction from engineering or from Washoe County to lower the flood pool elevation.
Thank you, Dwayne.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Toulouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question for the county engineer again. So were this not to be done, what would the potential impact be on the industrial area to the southeast and to the residential area with a higher flood pool?
Again, through the chair, Dwayne Smith, the county engineer. As Mr. Ha indicated, and I think was also indicated by Mr. Strickland, any reduction in the base flood elevation, the pool elevation under flooding events, is a positive thing. If there is a flood of significance that can't be contained within the existing level, well, of course, it would have impacts. It would have impacts to whatever development is surrounding the closed basin, as well as to public infrastructure. So Again, I see this as an opportunity to help provide additional flood pool storage, to lower the flood pool in the case or in the event of these large precipitation and runoff events. I see that as a very positive thing for both the industrial and the residential developments surrounding this closed basin.
Okay, thank you, Dwayne, I appreciate it.
Mr. Smith, I have a question for you. This is Clay Thomas. Back in 2017, when we had the issues with all the water and the runoff, was there a negative effect at the Eagle Canyon residential area or the Spanish Springs Business Park? Were they flooded at all at that time?
Again, through the chair, Dwayne Smith, County Engineer. No, that particular flood events that we saw significantly impacted the closed basins on the other side of the mountain chain. That was the primary areas of impact. While there was flood water contained within the Boneyard Flat closed basin, it didn't receive the same amount of precipitation, the same precipitation patterns, and the same runoff. And so it wasn't impacted in the 2017 storms the same way that the other closed basins were impacted.
So is it safe to say that in any event, at least if we take 500,000 cubic yards out of Boneyard Flats, that will help mitigate potentially future runoff to some degree anyway? Almost at least a foot of water?
Again, Dwayne Smith, any material that's removed from the perimeter of the closed basin will be beneficial to help lower that flood pool elevation. There is some minimum elevations that I would like to see based on the adjoining residential area, based on the elevations of the roadways, and based on the industrial areas to the south. And if we can remove that additional 3 feet of vertical elevation, that will be very beneficial for that area should the area experience those types of precipitation and runoff events that were identified in the updated hydrology study. So yes, anything that can be removed is a benefit.
Thank you. Any further questions? Mr. Lawrence?
So I just wanted a little more clarification. This usable material, what is it going to be used for and where?
Mr. Strickland, can you answer that? Or Representative?
Mr.
Yes.
Ha, perhaps?
Mr. Hoff?
I'm sorry, this is Steve Strickland. The portion of that we have identified will be used in residential areas in Spanish Springs.
In new construction?
Yes.
And how many cubic yards will that be?
Right now, I think we have about 500,000 yards identified that we can use.
So the real benefit here also is to remove this usable material for the construction of new homes in Spanish Springs. Correct?
Well, interestingly enough, what we'll be doing is raising those homes out of the floodplain that they're in. So we'll have a double benefit.
So what floodplain are they in? Where do you identify that?
Well, this is, again, just south, the area I'm talking about is just south of La Posada. You know, the county has a large drainage facility just to the south of the Boneyard Flat area. And ultimately, all of that water flows through a drainage channel that heads south, heads under Pyramid Highway, and runs through the project that we're talking about. And that area's always been in a flood plain, and it's been channelized now, but the ground still needs to go up enough to get future residences out of the floodplain. So the area that we're talking about is going to be filled for water that's coming from the county in through this north part of Sparks and ultimately ends up in the Spanish Springs detention facility.
So unable to build these houses, you need this soil that you're taking out of this area.
Yes, we need the soil to build these houses, yes.
Thank you.
So my own edification is that they approved a residential area to be built in a floodplain?
The areas, as I mentioned before, the area's been channelized, and so it's the area for residential construction isn't in a floodplain anymore. But in order to make sure that the drainage that gets to the channel, make sure the sewer works, we still need fill in that area.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, this is Brad Stanley.
Go ahead.
And this is more of a question than a discussion item, but Mr. Lawrence has asked about what the testing has revealed about the water level, and the answer, as far as I could tell from kind of broken audio, was there has been no testing, but best guesses are. What's the process for testing, and how long would that testing take?
If I could, this is Steve Strickland again, if I could answer that. No, there has been testing done. We dug 7 test pits in the area of this proposed excavation. Most of the test pits revealed clays all the way down to 12.5, 13 feet is about as deep as we went. And we dug 7 test pits in the area. One of the test pits, we found water at about 11 feet.
Okay, and the, if I may, the excavation itself is taking the bottom of the current catchment basin down another 1 foot?
It's going down 10 feet.
Going down another 10 feet?
Yes.
And the water's at 11 feet?
In one test pit. The other 6 test pits, we did not find freestanding groundwater.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yeah, I just had another question for Mr. Strickland. So you did 7 holes out there. Were they all 11 feet deep, or?
No, most of the test pits went to about 14 feet deep.
Okay.
11 feet is where we found water
Okay.
in one of the test pits.
Okay, so if your groundwater is at 11 feet and your pit is going to be 10 feet deep, then here again, I have a concern of intermingling surface water with groundwater and what the ramifications of that might be.
Well, again, there was water in one test pit, not in all of them. So it's not our expectation that we have groundwater at 11 feet in all these locations.
Yeah, I understand. Not at all the locations, but certainly one would be enough to
Well,
possibly.
I guess I would add to that is we're not changing the water that's going there today. The water that is soaking into the groundwater currently is the same water that's going to be soaking into the groundwater in the future. And we're not removing the clay material. It was clay just about in all the test pits all the way down on some level.
Well, I recall you saying that clay was the barrier to prevent the water from going down into the groundwater.
That's my point, is that it's clay was, in most test pits, it was clay throughout the depth of the test pit. So even if we dig down 10 feet, there's still gonna be clay. We're not removing that clay lens.
Well, you're moving 10 feet of it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on this item? I would just close this out of my position as, again, I'm personally still not satisfied. I think we've already granted 500,000 cubic yards, which would reduce the flooding to some degree. Evidently during our real heavy winter and the water content of 2017 really did not affect the Eagle Canyon residential area or the Spanish Springs Business Park. So I think 500,000 cubic yards would be beneficial, would reduce it to some degree. But I'm not convinced we need to add another 1 million cubic yards out of the Boneyard Flats at this time. With that,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to say I agree.
thank you, Mr. Lawrence. With that, I will entertain a motion. Is this mic on? Give us 1 second. I will, okay, I will go ahead and make the motion. I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment deny with conditions special use permit case number WSUP 20-0002 for Spanish Springs Associates LP, having not made all 5 findings in accordance with the Washoe County Code 110.810.30, that being site suitability and issuance not detrimental.
Second.
Second, Mr. Lawrence. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, special use permit, oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Lloyd, would you like to give the appeal process, please?
Yeah, most decisions rendered by the Board of Adjustment are appealable to the Board of County Commissioners. If you disagree with the decision of the Board of Adjustment and you want to appeal its action, you may do so in writing within 10 calendar days from the date that the decision being appealed is signed by the Secretary of the Board of Adjustment and mailed to the original applicant in the proceeding being appealed in accordance with Washoe County Code. Please call the planning staff immediately at 328-6100 for information on the appeal procedure and application fee.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Moving on, special use permit case number WSUP 19-0029, Summit Christian Church. I have to apologize, I didn't on the last 2 ask if there was any disclosures, but I'm sure if there was, someone would have spoken up. That being said, are there any disclosures on this item? Hearing none, Ms. Olander, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Julie Olander with Planning and Building. This is a
Moving on, special use permit case number WSUP 19-00.
Someone needs to turn off their speaker.
0029, Summit Christian Church.
I think it was just feedback.
Okay.
Again, this is Julie Olander with Planning and Building. This is a request to expand and to an existing facility and to also grade the area. This item has been delayed a few times. It was originally to be heard in February. The site is located off Pyramid Highway. And like I said, there is an existing, well, I didn't say this exactly, but there is an existing church building. This is a church facility, and there is an existing church building about 33,000 square feet on the site. And they're requesting to add about another 34,000 square foot building for worship, and then another 6,000 square foot building for an administrative building, possibly now or probably more likely in the future. They're also proposing to add 309 new parking spaces, and there are existing of 355 parking places currently at the location. I think this was listed differently in the staff report, and I do just want to correct these numbers. The site is basically flat, and it was previously graded under another permit. Here's a look of it looking northwest. I'm stuck. Try again. Oh, and this is another view of it. Thank you, Donna. The applicant is requesting to grade approximately 50,000 cubic yards of material, removing 20,000 cubic yards, and then the remaining 30,000 cubic yards would be placed on the northern portion of the property in an earthen berm that will not exceed 6 feet in height. Here's a layout of the site. You can see the existing building that's there to the right, and then there's going to be a covered walkway between that and the new proposed building. You can see the additional parking spaces primarily to the south, and then the graded berm that's to the on the left side of the screen. I did want to make note that the NDOT conditions have been amended. At the time of the staff report was completed, after that, the applicant and NDOT had a conversation, and they are proposing to change the existing NDOT conditions to these two NDOT conditions. So I would ask you to make that part of your motion. This did go before the CAB on January 8th, and they had a few concerns about traffic, grading, material, and where that was going to be located and what it was going to look like, the size of the building, and the hours of operation. I didn't receive any emails or phone calls concerning this application. The application was distributed to the various agencies and departments, and I didn't get any recommendations for denial, and there are conditions of approval listed in your staff report. Staff could make the 5 findings, which are located on your staff report on page 7 and 8, and I offer a possible motion, and I'm available for questions, and I believe the applicant is online available for questions too. With it, they also have a presentation if they would like to show it.
Thank you, Mr. Orlando. Before you leave, just for the board members, we did receive an updated conditions of approval document, and it was under item 5, which says the State of Nevada Department of Transportation, NDOT, and it was their inclusions for recommendations. I just want to make sure that all the board members have that. I hope. I believe so. Okay, excellent. We're all on the same page then. Are there any questions for Mr. Olander? Thank you. Is the applicant present wishing to speak on this matter?
Yes, hi, I'm Carrie Rohrmeyer. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, well, Julie did a nice job with the overview. We won't need to go through our slides just due to some incompatibilities with some lag on the YouTube, but I wanted to say that, you know, we're very excited to be here today. The delays in our processing were purely due to some noticing issues and, of course, the change in scheduling due to COVID-19 shelter-in-place order. With the conditions changed proposed for NDOT, we concur with the staff report. We're very enthusiastic about this project. It had always been part of the larger Summit Christian Church plan, master plan for the site. And we actually have been working over the past couple months. The amount of grading that was originally proposed, the amount of dirt proposed to move is actually quite a bit less than originally anticipated. So I feel like we have a nice project here for you today to consider. And I'm available for questions, as is Lonnie Johnson with JUB Engineering to address your questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members? Hearing none, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Madam Secretary, is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on this matter?
Yes, I have one voicemail from Donna Moore, and I will go ahead and play that.
Thank you.
My name is Donna Moore. I live at 120 Spartan Court, Sparks, Nevada, 89436. And I'm calling in regards to the Summit Christian Church case number, or permit case number, WSUP 19-0029. And I'm calling in regards to the traffic. I live right next door to the church in that tract of homes. And so my concern is, how is the flow of traffic coming out of the church and then us coming out of our area where we live? If that will be impacted, so I was wondering how you're addressing that. My phone number is area code 775-750-0691. And at the time of the meeting that you're going to have, I am out of town in Arizona, so I would not be able to attend, or I would. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms.
We have no
Olander, do you
more
want
public
to,
comment.
Madam Secretary, is there anyone else wishing to address?
There's no more public comment.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Olander, would you come up then, see if you can answer the lady's voicemail question?
Julie Olander, for the record. I do think the applicant will probably have a better response to this. They did have I think, a very significant conversation with NDOT and about the access into the site, so I would ask them to maybe respond to this question, if that's all right.
Excellent. Let's see if they can come up and give us an answer.
I have two things. I'm going to have Lonnie discuss the NDOT coordination effort.
Excuse me for interrupting, could you just state your name again, just so we can...
Sure. My name is Carrie Rohrmeyer. I'll have Lonnie Johnson give some detail about his NDOT coordination effort. I do want to say that the church has its own traffic management program that it is self-instituted. They have a whole one-way, so it's a one-way loop circulation pattern, and also they have a volunteer traffic force that helps in terms of getting people circulating through the site, parking efficiently, and the same is true for arrival and departure. So they actually have a really good plan that they've put in place to make sure circulation is and will continue to be efficient. And I want to say too, from a planning standpoint, that this is really a shared use development, that the new worship center is going to serve the same population, and that the existing worship center is going to be transformed into an expanded family facility. So the idea being that the parents who are using the church worship center on the weekends will not be they will be taking their children to the family center, so they won't be adding additional cars, but rather reusing the existing facilities in new ways. So it is not going to add a significant amount of traffic. Lonnie, would you like to let the board know and your coordination efforts with NDOT?
Yes, this is Lonnie Johnson with JUB Engineers, representing the applicant for the record. We did a traffic study and update that was submitted with the special use permit application package. That was reviewed by NDOT, and they had some comments that we addressed and revised and updated, and that traffic report was forwarded to Julie. And the only recommendation that they had was with respect to Sunday peak. So the one piece that needed a little bit of improvement was the northbound lane's left turn pocket on Pyramid Highway at Golden View Drive intersection. So for about a 2-hour period on Sunday peak period, the queue gets a little longer than the pocket that's currently there. But just south of our pocket, there's a center two-way left turn lane. And so the requested revision by NDOT is to extend the length of our turn pocket and eliminate, there's a point of inflection in the striping plan that defines our pocket, for that to be deleted, so that it will, on the southern end of our pocket, will basically transition into the two-way center left turn lane. And at the same time, protecting southbound traffic on Pyramid Highway that turns left onto Blue Gem Estates. And that has been accommodated with this change. So we did a traffic report update to incorporate that request. And then those are the two new conditions that were presented by Julie from NDOT. And it reflects that recent effort. And that report was updated April of 2020, so just last week.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Appreciate that. Any questions for this gentleman? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I believe we will close public comment. I think we already did that. We'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence.
I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustment approve with conditions special use permit case number WSUP 19-0029 for Summit Christian Church, having made all 5 findings in accordance with Washoe County Code Section 110.810.30, those being for consistency, improvement, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and no effect on a military installation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Excuse me, Julie Olander for the record. Could you say amended conditions, please? Add that, because the NDOT conditions have been amended.
To include amended conditions. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up there, Ms. Olander. Appreciate that. Is there a second?
Second.
As I think that was Mr. Toulouse.
Yes.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. Madam Secretary, what consternation would we have if we just took a 5-minute break? No problems? Okay, excellent. With that, we are going to take a short 5-minute break because we still got a lot to get through. So please, real short 5 minutes. we'll go ahead and bring the meeting back in order. Next item on the agenda is administrative permit case number. Turn that on. Administrative permit case number WADMIN 20-0002, Mommies and Daddies Daycare. Are there any disclosures on this item? Hearing none, thank you. Ms. Olander.
Good afternoon again. This is Julie Olander with Planning and Building. This is a request for an administrative permit for a daycare facility for up to 45 children, ages 0 to 12. It is in a generally commercially zoned property, which requires a approval with administrative permit. The existing building, which is almost 3,000 square feet, is 2 stories in height, and the daycare would be conducted on the first floor or the ground floor, and then the upper store would be used primarily for the office of the daycare. There have been different businesses at this location, including, well, the previous one was a church. And the applicant is indicated that there is a need for the daycare facilities, and there is need for daycare facilities in the area. The property has some landscaping on it. However, because of Development Code Interpretation 041 states that if the site is not being expanded any more than 50%, that the applicant does not need to meet Washoe County landscaping requirements. And this building is not being expanded really at all, so they can remain landscaped the way they are. However, the parking does need to meet the requirement, which is 1 off-street parking space for every 8 students and 1 parking space for the employee during peak hours. Here's an overview of the building. You can see what the parking lot is in front and then the building. And here's a visual of it, 2-story building there. Public notice was sent out to the parcels within 500 feet of the site. This was presented to the North Valley CAB on March 9th, and there was very little discussion, and they unanimously recommended approval of the administrative permit. Various agencies reviewed the application, and those the conditions that any of them had are included in the staff report. These are the findings that you have to make, and staff was able to make the required findings listed on page 7 and 8 of your staff report. And I offer a possible motion, and I'm available for questions, and I believe that the applicant is available online, and they had a presentation that if they want to present, they just need to tell us that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Olander? Okay, thank you. Is the applicant present wishing to speak on this matter? Maybe not.
This is Julie Olander for the record. I did speak with her earlier. She was having problems with Zoom. I know we have a presentation. Her name is Nicole. So you need to turn on your mic, Nicole. Oh, we turned it on? I mean, we could look at her presentation, I guess, if we wanted to, and see if it's very colorful. It's a great presentation, and we could go through it.
Do you know if she is with us? You turned her mic on, but.
I don't know if she expected the meeting to be so lengthy.
Well, Ms. Olander, while I got you here, this would have been for her, but let me just ask you, is there enough parking spots at this location? Because if you said if you're going to need at least 6 spots for customers plus staff, and if there's up to 45 children, how many staff would they need?
I'm not sure on how many staffs that they're planning on having there. I know we spoke to her about the parking and the access to the site, and the conditions that are included from the engineering department had specific requirements that she will have to meet, and that is all going, because she's really not having to make significant different changes to the building itself. It's going to be based on her acquiring the business license. So all the conditions that are listed in here will have to be met before she can apply for that business, or she can apply for it, but before the business license can be signed off.
Right. And one more question that you can't answer probably is, does she plan on having meals on site for these children?
I know it's an all-day, so I assume she's having available for lunch at least, and then the hours that she's asking, I believe, also would allow her to have a breakfast meal, and then even maybe an evening meal, but I can't answer those all.
Okay, thank you.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I apologize. We were trying to get our microphone unmuted.
Ah, it's okay. You're up. You have a presentation for the board?
Yes. So my name is Nicole Jacobs Jones. I'm the owner of Mommy's and Daddy's Preschool. I did hear a question, though, that somebody was asking about the food program, if I could answer that.
Yes, please.
So right now we do have an area in that location that we can set up as a kitchen. Right now at the preschool facility that we do serve breakfast and snack, lunch, and snack. We include all formula, we include diapers, wipes, the whole nine. So we are an all-inclusive preschool. My goal is to be the same at this new location, but obviously we would need to get some stuff going for our little kitchen area. So we do anticipate having the CACFP food program at our center, but it will take a little bit of time. It's not something we'll have when we first open our doors.
Okay, thank you. And real quick, if you have 45 children there, how many staff do you plan on having on site?
So it really depends on the age groups and the kids that we have present. So for like our infant classroom, for instance, we would always have 2 teachers with a max of 8 kids for that age group. As we get a little bit older, we can have a few more children to the teachers that we're allowed. So in running my numbers, it's anywhere between 4 to 6 employees. And that would also include our cleaner, our cook, as well as our breaker.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed with your presentation if you wish.
Awesome. So I don't have the slides set to time because I just wanted you guys to be able to see our current facility and how much love that we do put into this preschool. It's the same type of love that I want to put into this location out in Lemon Valley. So I just really took a lot of our school pictures that we are currently operating with now, and I just kind of put it together. So it's not, it's whenever you guys would like to hit the next button. But the slideshow is really just a picture and an insight on the school that we have right now that is running very successfully.
Nicole, this is Julie Olander with Planning and Building. I'm just going to go one slide at the time, and I know you can't see that unfortunately on your on the Zoom on your Zoom page. So I'm just at the very first place where it says established in 2012. I assume you're speaking of your other facility off of El Rancho. Is that correct?
Yes, so we see that, we see the slideshow. We were able to get connected about halfway through. So I just really wanted to show you guys that we were established in 2012. I went and I started this preschool before I even graduated with my business degree. We did start out at 2100 El Rancho, and we were there for about, it was almost 2 years. So it was about a month shy of 2 years. Then we moved into 1200 El Rancho, which is where we're at currently. So we've moved twice now. So we've moved from 21 to 12, and then we bought 100 Deli Street. So Deli Street will be the second location to Mommy's and Daddy's Preschool.
Okay, I'm moving forward to, I'm moving forward through the slides of the facility. I assume it's your one on El Rancho that you currently have. So I know there's a bit of a lag time viewing these, so I'll just sort of move along through them, and if we get to one where maybe any of the board members have questions, I'll stop.
Yeah, it's pretty much just to show you guys the love that we put. This business is not started and ran based on how much money we make. Unfortunately, preschool is not a money-making business. I went into this business because I have the heart for the children and it's what I want to do. I really want to help the kids in our community have a safe and fun place to be able to go, because not a lot of families can offer what we're able to offer these children on a daily basis through the education that we really focus on here at our preschool. So we're not a daycare, we're actually a preschool, and it's very curriculum based. Every classroom here has curriculum. We do have a bus where we can transport our children to go and do field trips and fun things. And as you can see, the Easter Bunny was one of the many things that we do here. We have Santa Claus that comes and visits, and we just really try to put a lot into these children and these families that we service. And these are just some of the classrooms that you can see. That's like a loft that me and my family built together for our 2-year-old classroom. You will see in every classroom we have animals. We've got ferrets, tortoises, fish tanks. We have guinea pigs, bunnies, birds. We've got toads that I caught in my backyard. It's just really about putting all this nature, these real things in these classrooms for these children so they can learn about life and learn about the cycle of these lives when these bunnies have their babies and then they get adopted through Petco, through their little program that they do. So it's really just giving these kids something that they wouldn't necessarily have if it wasn't for coming to our preschool. One of the things that we did want to do at our new school that we're also thinking about expanding here is to have a garden. We want to do gardens with these children so they can get out there and learn how to take care of them and grow and hopefully be able to use that food in our kitchen. As you can see, our kitchen, we really make all of our foods. So as much as the CACFP program allows us to do, we really try doing. And this last slide right here of Deli Street is just showing you that I've started putting the same amount of love into this center as I have to my current center. And so we're currently starting to paint the walls and just really get things going. So I'm hoping when I am able to get this permit, we are able to start servicing these children in our area that so desperately needs it out in the valley. We have no child care center out there. There's a lot of in-home daycares, which are great. I know there's one in Cold Springs, which is wonderful, but there's none out where Deli Street is. And I live across the street from Deli Street, so this is in my neck of the woods. It's my neighborhood. And I just really want to be out there and I want to help everybody. So I really want to have a good quality preschool. We do have a lot of parents on our Facebook pages and stuff asking when our new location is going to be open. We do also have a fully stocked waiting list for Deli Street. I believe right now there's like 99 kids on it, I believe. So we have more than enough to fill this school when it's open. It's really needed out there. We really need a preschool, and allowing me a chance to turn something that is a little bit of an eyesore right now because of the property and it hasn't been maintained very well and the outside does need some paint and some love. I definitely have that ability and that drive and that dream to really put it into this location, really helping the community out there and everybody surrounding it. So definitely want to open this Deli Street as a preschool.
All right, well, thank you, Ms. Jones. We appreciate that. Are there any questions for Ms. Jones? Hearing none, thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation. Madam Secretary, is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on this?
Is there anybody else? We have no public comment.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Is that?
Go ahead.
Mr. Toulouse, was that you? Did you have a question?
No, I'm good. This looks pretty good to me.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board for discussion. Any discussion?
Well, I think it looks like a great project, and I'm willing to make a motion.
I'll go ahead, please.
Okay, I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and the information received during the public hearing, the Board of Adjustment approve administrative permit case number WAD-MIN 20-0002 for Nicole Jacob Jones, having made all 5 findings in accordance with Washoe County Development Code Section 110.808.25, including consistency, improvements, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and effect on military installation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Lawrence, second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Moving on. Next item on the agenda is WVIO-PLA19-0176, 3765 Moore Park. Mr. Geisinger, I believe you are up, sir.
Good afternoon, Board of Adjustment members. Chair Thomas, pleased to be with you today. For the record, Chad Giesinger, Planning Manager for the Code Enforcement Program in the Community Services Department. This is an appeal of a administrative enforcement action. This is actually an appeal of an administrative.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Mr. Toulouse.
I'm sorry, I need to make thank you. I need to make a disclosure.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I need to disclose that I have spoken with Ms. Pat Anthony on 4 separate occasions, starting with the day after the last meeting where this was on the agenda was postponed. None of those conversations have really focused on the meat of the subject at hand, but more to procedural items and to her making sure that I had received a number of items that she had sent along.
Thank you. Mr. Large, do you have anything you want to add or ask Mr. Toulouse?
No, based on his representations, I don't foresee any conflict.
Thank you very much. Mr. Toulouse, thank you. With that, I'm sorry, Ms. Geisinger, please continue.
Thank you.
No problem. So this is actually an appeal of an administrative hearing order that has been issued. And per Chapter 125 of the County Code and under the Administrative Enforcement Code, the BOA is the deciding body on such appeals if the matter involves a violation of Chapter 110 of the Code, which is the Development Code. The BOA decision on this appeal is final today, unless a petition is filed with the judicial court, Second Judicial Court. There is no appeal to the BCC, just so you're aware. A little background on the subject property. It's located at the lower end of Sun Valley at 3765 Moore Park Court. It's a 0.62 acre property surrounded by properties of similar size and configuration. And the regulatory zone on the property is medium density suburban. Here is a visual representation of that location. As you can see, it's just south of El Rancho Drive and east of Clear Acre, Sun Valley Boulevard, in the very lower end of Sun Valley there. You can see Moore Park Court stemming off of El Rancho there. Some background on how this case began. Anonymous complaint received way back in August 20th of 2019. The complaint alleged placement of a mobile home without the required setup permit. CEO staff did a field investigation and did confirm that a mobile home was visibly stored on the property, and after consulting county records, could not find a setup permit that had been issued for that mobile home. Under the code, placement of a manufactured home for more than 72 hours constitutes storage on a vacant piece of property, and that is prohibited in all the residential regulatory zones. Here's an overhead from April of 2017 showing the subject property outlined in blue. As you can see, it's vacant. Another shot from October of 2019. You can see the mobile home has showed up. The property surrounded in blue there with the green pin. Here's a little bit closer view of the overhead aerial. You can see the home is still kind of split in 2 pieces there, has not been set up properly. And then the ground level view of the subject manufactured home. I think I'll skip this one. So on background on the enforcement activity, upon discovering the violation, an administrative warning was issued on August 22nd. They were given the standard 30 days to comply. At the end of that 30 days, their compliance had not been achieved. However, a second administrative warning was issued to give the the property owner a little bit more time and also to clarify the exact code citation we were citing. Another month went by, so on October 29th, still no compliance, so a first penalty notice was issued. And then on the very last day of that appeal period, on the 30-day appeal period, on November 30th, the owner did appeal the penalty notice, which triggered an administrative hearing being scheduled for January 15th, 2020. That administrative hearing was held, and the administrative hearing officer did confirm that a violation of county code had occurred based on the evidence and testimony presented, ruling in favor of the county's enforcement option. Hearing officer issued an administrative order basically requiring one of two things: either legalize placement by obtaining a building permit, mobile home setup permit, or remove the home by no later than April 1st, 2020. Now keep in mind, this was on January 15th when this order was issued. The owner then appealed that order again on the last day of the appeal period window on February 4th, 2020 to the Board of Adjustment, and that appeal did stay any further proceedings on the case until till the board makes a decision on this case. Of course, you're aware we had a quorum issue for the initial meeting that was scheduled to hear this item. Then we had the COVID cancellation, and so now this is our first opportunity for the board to render a decision. Hearing officer did find that there was a violation of County Code 110.306.35J, which is outdoor storage, requiring a mobile home setup permit and prohibiting the outdoor storage of a manufactured home. At the hearing, based on the arguments the appellant was making, and as staff understands it, they're essentially arguing that the county ordinances do not apply to them, and so therefore they don't have to move the home. To that end, the appellant has recorded scores of fake and unauthenticated documents at the recorder's office to support those arguments, many of which you have in your packets, many of which have been provided multiple times over, in fact. As far as staff can tell, they're claiming sovereign status over the property, similar to what Native American sovereignty. However, the property is fee simple real property, does have an assessor's parcel number, and it is subject to taxation. And in fact, the owners have been paying taxes on that property since 2015 at least, but interestingly have not paid for the year 2019 and then up to the current time. You may hear in some of the appellant's comments claims to allodial title. Those claims are false. They were discussed at the administrative hearing, and they don't apply in this situation in any event. They're engaging in a violation of code. It's a criminal activity. Owner has stated they don't intend to obtain a setup permit. That was stated at the conclusion of the administrative hearing. At that time, they cited cost and complexity of the permit process, but in any event, they feel that the county doesn't have an authority to require their permit anyways. So essentially, as staff sees it, the only available remedy at this point would be order the removal of the manufactured home. Regarding public notice and CAB, public notice isn't required as part of the administrative enforcement process other than providing due process to the property owner and notice to the property owner. All of those procedures have been followed per Chapter 125. Due process has been provided, and CAB review is not a part of these administrative enforcement actions. No other agencies have been involved in this enforcement action. Findings that the board makes on these types of appeals. You're not required to make specific findings like you would with a special use permit. The public record and the body of evidence today is sufficient to reach a decision. And again, you are hearing an appeal of the administrative hearing order. Whatever decision is rendered by the BOA, a written order will be prepared and served on the appellant. But staff would like to note for the board that if this appeal is denied, you should consider or discuss a potential compliance plan for example, specifying a date when the manufactured home should be removed. Here's a possible motion for your consideration. You can see in red here that insert date component that I just discussed. And the appeal process, the appellant would have 25 days should the appeal be denied to file with Section Judicial Court. There is no review by the County Commission. That would be the final step. I'll put it back on the possible motion here and open it up to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Hill.
I couldn't really hear if maybe you addressed it, but in the possible motion I have on the staff report, which I think was back in February, It says that, remove the subject manufactured home or obtain a setup permit by April 1, 2020. Well, now what's the date going to be?
That date is to be determined by us, depending on a direction we decide to go on this matter.
Oh, okay. So staff doesn't have a time for what they would recommend?
Thank you for the
Then they
question.
have to remove the subject home or obtain a permit. Was that like a month or 2 months?
Commissioner Hill, thank you for the question through the chair. I was going to leave that open to the deliberation by the board. However, as you can see, quite some time has passed since this all began. So my staff recommendation would be as soon as possible to have them remove that mobile home. But again, it's at the board's discretion. They've been giving a substantial amount of time up till this point, but again, it's at your discretion.
Thank you. Are there any more questions?
Hi, this is Brad Stanley for Chad. Chad, as soon as possible, is that a month?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Typically, our compliance windows are 30 days, so I believe that would be reasonable. Any longer than that, my anticipation is that they will appeal this to the district court in any event. But yes, 30 days would be a standard compliance. And again, they were initially supposed to comply by April 1st. So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, Chad.
Thank you.
With that, is the appellant present and wish to speak on this matter? Thank you.
We're using computer audio. Can you hear us?
Yes, Mr. Anthony. We can hear you.
No. Okay, good. Are you?
I'm sorry, and you are?
I'm Pat Anthony.
Okay, here's what we would expect, if either one of you plan on talking, we need to make sure we know who is speaking. So I don't know who wants to go first, but please state your name and your address for us.
Okay, excuse me. I just want to say good afternoon. Before I do our 15-minute presentation, I have a couple of clarifying questions, if you don't mind.
Well, excuse me, but you are?
I am known as Patricia Louise Sanborn Anthony, Pat Anthony to most. Pat's fine for this matter. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Just Pat.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I see two people sitting in front of the room, okay? It's my understanding there are 5 on the board. Are 3 attending by Zoom as we are? Is that how that is?
That's correct.
Okay, good. I appreciate knowing that. Because we were not able to get on initially. There was a lot of trouble at the beginning with you folks even having this available at all. And we did send out over 80 emails to people that we had hoped would come and attend, but based on how all the technical issues, I don't know how many of them are still here, obviously. We were more than once knocked off Zoom as well. So that is also concerning to me. You have audio, but do you have visual for us? That's not, oh, there, okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. So you don't have visual of me, just audio?
No, I do not see you.
I see you. I see a picture of you and your husband all dressed up, and he's got a red tie on, and you have a red dress on.
Okay, that's our Facebook picture. That's really what we are now. That's funny. That's 10 years old. Oh, that's funny. Okay, thank you, Christine. I appreciate that. That was good for a laugh. Okay, I'm going, wait a minute. He's not wearing a red. Okay, it's all right.
Ma'am, just to let you know, your time is running.
No. I have some questions before my time runs. Thank you.
No, ma'am, you've got about 12 minutes and 42 seconds left.
I object to that. I respectfully object to that for the record.
Okay, duly noted. Keep going.
Okay. Both Bill and I are American state nationals, Nevadans by choice of domicile, verified and a student of optimal health and well-being and doing, creation, history, law, so-called money, government, discovered much that is commonly known by most people, very pertinent to one's freedom and optimal health in all areas of life for the highest good of all. I thank you, dear, volunteering to serve in this forum and hear us today on pertinent issues to all Nevadans and Americans for whom we also speak. We will be, 1, correcting some errors and omissions in Chad's presentation, 2, adding some pertinent items perhaps mistakenly omitted, 3, clarifying the flowchart of authority with our actual sovereign government, which is in front of you now at the top, and our status and standing and Washoe counties and their codes in relationship to that, and adding new information for all people that's also pertinent to status and standing. And number 5 is directing reversal in this matter per your board directives, F, which is 3A through F. Testify using Declaration of Independence, constitutions, maxims of law, public law, pertinent case law, Supreme Court rulings, established unrebutted public and published records, expert testimony, and notices of other patriots we cooperate with to peacefully and lawfully uphold our lawful government as 'twas intended by our founders. We intend assistance to make America truly the land of the free, respecting each's creator-granted rights and dignity to free will choice, as long as no against another or their property. On the flow chart of authority, demonstrating our actual sovereign government, a red box has been added around 2 bottom right sections depicting where both the territorial and municipal corporate, what happened to the drawing, corporate Washoe County entities along with their federal code, statutory law, NRS, and municipal code belong. Never are the words man, woman, or people mentioned in NRS or Washoe County code, which means to me, same do not apply to us except by our consent, which we have clearly, consistently, continuously denied in this matter. We are indeed outside and beyond the alleged jurisdiction of both NRS and Washoe County code, both being for private incorporated entities to which we do not subscribe or consent. I am not a member of that corpse matrix, which to me is fictional, dead, and illusionary, designed to control and perhaps even enslave one into its confines, which I refuse for good cause, as appropriate when accosted, trespassed upon with same by agents of foreign corporate governments in violation of our natural and unalienable rights and noticed foreign sovereign status and standing. Mr. Donald Trump and team are aware of and have vetted the records, claims, and efforts of our actual sovereign government and appear to be working on the people's behalf in many ways we're pleased with, even heeding some given directives. Much going on behind the scenes many are unaware of, which we are assisting with bringing to people's attention today and otherwise. It is never our intent to argue, as Chad has mistakenly stated. Rather, we make claims and give notices, and if not timely rebutted with specificity, same stand as truth, fact, and evidence, establishing the law in the case. Neither are we residents, nor is our property in any presumed residential zone. Again, outside and beyond Washoe County and code jurisdictions. We take exception and object to Chad's allegation that we have, quote, recorded scores of fake or unauthenticated documents at the recorder's office to support their argument, unquote. Administrative Hearing Officer Elizabeth, in her position, inappropriately challenged the validity of our notice of certificate of acceptance and declaration of land patent and ignored our challenge to Washoe County Code and Washoe County alleged jurisdiction over us and our patented land. We timely, lawfully refused her order for cause with other specific notices read and inscribed thereupon, return them to the manager and code enforcement. And I'm happy to be bringing before you as civilian Nevadans, not corporate employees, which Elizabeth and Washoe County code enforcement agents are. Some may consider in bed together. When I asked near the end of the January 15th hearing, are you or anyone here a land patent expert, was seemingly ignored, given no answer, rather interrupted with a ruling against us, to which we objected and timely refused for cause. We also wanted lawful reasons for findings specified in writing, which were not provided by her or otherwise. NRS and Washoe County Code are not public law, applying only to statutory entities and persons who volunteer to be subject to the same, which we do not. Please remember, consent of the governed is necessary from we the people and has been consistently denied in this matter. Further speaking to Elizabeth's allegations that our process was lacking some necessary components for perfecting land patent, we offer public notice on the record of all necessary components from our fiduciary and head of state, supported by living law firm and the people, especially declared American state nationals, peacefully, lawfully organizing our state assemblies to uphold the people's government. Based on Elizabeth's refused order and comments, which were out of order in her position as a hearing officer, we chose to consult with a true expert and counselor at law, Ron Gibson, author of 2 books, which I wish I could show you the pictures of, but I can't. With permission, we are giving oral testimony from those, very pertinent to this. We personally met with Ron on February 26th, and upon his in-person review of our process and documents, especially with the addition of page 1 of Washoe County Recorder Doc number 4976305, he affirmed all was indeed in order and perfected now regarding our accepted, declared, noticed, recorded, published, and established lawful claim of land patent upon 3705 Moore Park, 2 words, place, indeed, notice, and law outside and beyond Washoe County jurisdictions, no longer 3765 Moore Park Court, as stated by Washoe County agents in this matter. You have each been given a golden ticket invitation and reviewer wake up to further check, verify our claims with online sources for more info on what we shared from sources. You can add in the upper right corner above IRS, mortgage, as we now have means to lawfully perform mutual offset credit exemption exchange process to satisfy same. In summation, we claim Elizabeth's January 15th order is contrary to the Constitution and established law of the case, is an error of law, and substantive evidence on the whole record shows same exceeds the jurisdiction and authority of Washoe County and her in this matter. Additionally, one might consider January 15th order arbitrary, capricious, or by abuse of discretion. From the beginning of this, we have challenged the alleged jurisdiction of Washoe County in their code consistently, and it has not been proved on the record. Contrarily, we have established and proved lack of jurisdiction of both incorporated Washoe County entities, territorial and municipal, thus warranting reversal in this matter per your board directives F3A through F. I thank you for hearing and honoring the will and lawful rights of the people in this matter. I'm now going to be quoting from some reference books from Ron Gibson. One is What You Need to Know About Land Patents, and he is an expert witness along those lines. The other book, You Are Not a Slave. The land patents are supreme of the land per the Constitution for the United States of America, Article 6, 2, and Article 4, subsection 3, paragraph 2. The constitutional background, they're called letters patent. Per Article 4, Section Clause 2, letters patent is the means by which our founding fathers choose as a vehicle to pass land held in trust by the United States government into private ownership. They come by way of treaties between nations. To devalue or destroy the land patents, one would have to alter or destroy the treaty. No state or county can alter or destroy any treaty. As an assignee, whether it's first, second, third, whoever, to whom title is conveyed, shall lose none of the original rights. U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1, no state shall legislate a bill of attainder nor pass any ex post facto law nor a law impairing the obligation of contract. They say to their heirs and assigns forever. Forever is not up yet. Letters patent are still valid today. The state of Nevada still has a constitution that states that public servants are required by law to protect rights and property. Reference Title 43 U.S.C. Section 57 and 83 and Section 57 establishes that duly certified copies of federal land patents shall be evidence in all cases where originals would be evidence. And all the courts of the United States must take judicial notice of the federal patents and their evidentiary effect under them. All judges in all states shall be bound as to the power and validity of the patent. That's U.S. versus DeBill. Codes and ordinances are not law. They are corporate bylaws regulating those within the corporate jurisdiction. That's from Bouvier's 1914 Legal Dictionary. Over 180 years of a unanimous U.S. Supreme Court cases speak for themselves that land patents are valid. The right of land ownership comes from the Bible, Genesis chapter 28, verses 13, 14, 15, Genesis 47, and other references. In law, it's known as letters patent, usually issues to the original grantee and to their heirs and assigns forever. Stands as evidence of the supreme title to the land because it secures that all evidence of title existent before its issue date was reviewed by the sovereign authority under which it was sealed, and so sealed is irrefutable. Title to the land defined within its four corners. Now, we have other people who've called in oral reading from this as well, and I've given Donna a list of those and the order in which they should go. So you folks will have a chance to hear from them, as well as to the sovereignty issues by our people in charge of the actual government of our country. Is there any questions that you have for me at this time?
Thank you, Ms. Anthony. We appreciate that. Are there any questions for Ms. Anthony from the board? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and close that. Madam Secretary, is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on this matter?
Yes, we have multiple public comments. Let me get them up here.
Hello?
Oh, come on.
Hello?
Okay, what's happening here? Where'd it go? Okay, there we go. Alrighty.
Yeah,
Okay, first we have Vicky.
I'm calling for the Board of Adjustment, item E. My name is Vicky for R1 slot. Over 180 years of unanimous U.S. Supreme Court cases have proven that land patents are valid, and nothing, not one court case yet, has made them invalid. In case Stone versus United States 69 U.S. 1865, 10-0, a patent is the highest and best evidence of title, and the patent as valid and strong as with the title held or gotten by grant. Patents are protected under treaty law, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land. Evidence, Constitution of the United States, Article 6, Clause 2. The right of land ownership comes from Genesis in the Bible, Genesis 28, 13, and 14, and Genesis 47, and other references in the Bible as well. No county, city, or municipalities have jurisdiction over private property. Supreme Court says all private corporations, codes, and ordinances and regulations do not apply to the people without our consent. Plaintiff awarded $8 million for code violations, for code enforcement's illegally trespass and restrictions. So what do private property rights mean? Washington State Supreme Court Richard B. Sanders said property as a thing consists not merely in its ownership and possession, but in the unrestricted right of use, enjoyment, and disposal. John Adams said, property is as sacred as the law of God, and if there is not a authority and a public justice to protect it, then anarchy and tyranny exist. Calvin Coolidge, a president, said property rights and personal rights are the same thing. Private property rights means that the owner has exclusive authority to determine how his private property is used, including peaceful possession, control, enjoyment of their legal, granted, purchased, deeded private property. And no city, county, state, or federal government has the authority to impose directives, ordinances, fines, or fees, or any zoning regulations or restrictions on such private property. And case number Mitchell versus City of Rockland, 15 Maryland, 496. So I think you pretty much got the picture. You have private property, you have the right to use it, and if we lose our right to our land, then we are not free, and the Bible and all law is based on the Bible will prove such. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Thank you. Madam Secretary?
Next is Elena Bradley.
Elena Brady for the Board of Adjustment, item E, R2. We hold this truth to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with inherent and inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. The land patent is permanent and cannot be changed by the government after its issuance. Where the United States has parted with title by patent legally issued and upon surveys made by itself and approved by the proper department, the title so granted cannot be impaired by any subsequent survey made by the government for its own purpose. In the history of this country, no land patent has ever lost an appellate review in the courts. As a matter of fact, in Soma Corp versus California, the Supreme Court has ruled forever that the land patent would always win over any other form of title. It is one of the best sites describing how land patents work. The court noted that they had ruled, again, the land patent is supreme title to land. Soma Corp was granted the tidewater lands in the California Republic by treaty, and therefore California went after family's land, secured under patent on an old Spanish land grant like the Antonese and the Guadalupe Hidalgo Treaty. A land patent case that speaks mostly about the supremacy clause of the Constitution, which states that treaties are supreme law. The people are the recognized source of all authority, state or municipal, and to this authority it must come this is from Bill Barnes versus District of Columbia. The rights of the individual are not derived from government agencies, municipal, state, or federal, or even the Constitution. This exists inherently in every man by endowment of the Creator and are merely reaffirmed by the Constitution and restricted only to the extent that they have been voluntarily surrendered by the citizenship to the agencies of government. The people's rights are not derived from the government, but the government's authority comes from the people. The Constitution but states again these rights already existing, and when legislative encroachments by the municipality invade these original and permanent rights to afford, it is the duty to afford the necessary relief. People are supreme, not the state. The People of the state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. And delegating authority do not give their own public servants the right to decide what is good for the people.
Next is Joy Christine.
Board of Adjustment, Joy Christine. Item E, Moore Park, Ron number 3. Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1 of the U.S. Constitution, no state can legislate a bill of attainder, nor can a state pass an ex post facto law, nor a law impairing the obligation of contract. It violates Article 4, Section 3, Clause 2, Article 6, Clause 2. It violates the intent of Congress and treaty law, but most of all, it violates God's law. The right to own land is an unalienable God-given right, as so stated 11 times in the Bible. When land title is transferred by patent, title and rights of bona fide claim the purchaser will be protected per the United States versus DeBell. Land patents have numerous protective safeguards. 1, the Constitution, 2, Supremacy Clause, 3, Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1, 4, treaty law, 5, relation back doctrine, 6, vested rights, 7, Fifth Amendment, 8, over 180 years of U.S. Supreme Court cases. Not one single case has lost at the Supreme Court. Specific jurisdictional challenge question regarding over 6 million United States land patents that forever, quote unquote, recognized a previous French, Spanish, or Mexican land grant that originally transferred those governments' sovereign, allodial land ownership title, rights, interest, use, and control to their private sector, the people. Demand is hereby made. Please provide us with your title that is superior to that of our land patent issued by the United States General Land Office. You can't do it. All this from Ron Gibson, an engineer, a studier of constitutional law, a counselor at law, an expert witness regarding land patent law cases and other land issue cases. He teaches mining and land patent law at Oregon College. He's also chairman of the Jefferson Mining District, which is the largest mining district in the United States, and a Vietnam veteran on top of all that. Your golden ticket, the people are claiming our American governance of, by, and for the people, peacefully and lawfully. Paul Revere, wake up. We must act peacefully and lawfully for ourselves and our fellow Americans. Freedom via knowledge and patriotic action, www.theamericanstatesassembly.net. What if you could free yourself from IRS, mortgage, and other debt? Are you a creditor or a debtor? The free 20-page story at Anna Von Reitz, VONREITZ.com/visit@grandmashouse.pdf. It reveals the problem and solution.
Next is Ron Gibson.
Yes, this is to be addressed to the Board of Adjustment. Item E. My name is Ron Gibson. I'm the author of the book that has been presented to the group there, and I'm a counselor at law. I want to address the issue of property rights and titles, in particular land patent titles. Land patents are the only true title that there is to land, and that's verified in numerous cases that have been come down through the years. And also, it is prohibitive for the county and the cities to infringe upon those property rights. And there are numerous cases that come to mind. One is the City of Dallas versus Mitchell case, in which the rights of the individual are not derived from the government agencies, either municipal, state, or federal, or even from the Constitution. They exist inherently in every man by the endowment of their Creator, and are merely affirmed in the Constitution and restricted only to the extent that they have been voluntarily surrendered by the citizenship to the agencies of government. The people's rights are not derived from the government, but the government's authority comes from the people. the Constitution, but states again and again that these rights already exist. And when the legislative encroachment by the nation, state, or municipality invades these original and permanent rights, it is the duty of the courts to so declare and afford the necessary relief. The fewer restrictions that surround the individual liberties of the citizen, except those which in the preservation of public health, safety, and welfare. That's just a statement, one of the many statements out of that case. Monterey Dunes, Monterey versus Del Monte Dunes states very clearly, as well as Pizzalio versus Rhode Island, that for the county, the city, the state to have jurisdiction of which to infringe upon the private rights of the owner of the land, the county, city, or state must have ownership of the property. And that is verified in a case called Suma Corporation versus.
Next is Jonah.
Board of Adjustment meeting, item E, Moore Park. Issues of Sovereignty number 1, pertinent excerpts from AnnaVonRights.com, Issues of Sovereignty. When any president of the United States looks upon and sees whose steel he is sailing under, he has cause to know better than to claim that I am his citizen. Very clearly, he is my citizen under international law, and every word I say to him or to the British monarch concerning their operations on this continent has the force of law and sovereign power. I here record my sovereign mandate regarding all these false commercial claims advanced by the United States against the American states and people via secretive and non-consensual process. The sovereign letters of patent and declaration of joint sovereignty with the Native American nations issued in November of 2016 stand alone and together as a reclamation of the land. In my capacity as a free sovereign American and son of the Revolution, they also stand as remedy for grievous errors made by administrators of the United States. All property and titles are rightfully belong to the Americans, including the copyrights and trademarks associated with the given names, is to be returned to them, so as to provide lasting remedy to the American states and people for all the wrongs and the violence which has been perpetrated against them by their usurping servants and foreign powers acting in breach of trust. December 14th, 2015, to John Kerry, U.S. Secretary of State. This is a matter of urgent importance. It concerns either mistaken identity or identity theft of the free and sovereign independent people of the United States that have been non-combatants and protected persons recognized and honored as such successively by the Lieber Code and the Geneva Convention Protocols of 1949. The words state, lowercase, state, uppercase, and United States, uppercase, were formally redefined to mean District Columbia Municipal Corporation, and the word person was redefined to mean corporation. Politicians acting without delegated authority, the free, sovereign, and independent people of the United States were not even afforded the opportunity to exercise the protections of the Usurpation Act. Because they were not informed of Roosevelt's action to arbitrarily change their political status to that of inhabitants, and were equally not informed of the federal corporation's claim that they were voluntarily standing as sureties for its debt, everyone on earth would agree that it is impossible to object to a contract if you don't know the contract even exists. And that is essentially the position that the free, sovereign, and independent people of the United States have been in as a result of criminal conspiracies on the part of our employees. Of 1989, we objected to these.
Hi.
Next is Joe Crocco.
My name is Joe Crocco. I'm referencing item E, Moore Park BOA meeting. Issues of Sovereignty number 2. As of 2011, the United States Incorporated and its stated state franchises were shown to be in administrative and commercial default. As of 2015, the free, sovereign, and independent people of the United States have been forced to issue a new declaration of joint sovereignty and new sovereign letters patents in behalf of the free, sovereign, and independent people of the United States. Their states defined by geographic boundaries, their living citizens, and their assets, and have joined with the Native American nations to assert their claim to the land jurisdiction of the United States owed to us free and clear. The free, sovereign, and independent people of the United States are, in fact, the priority creditors of the so-called national debt, and the employers and benefactors of those who have promulgated this criminal abuse of our trust. Past time for these outrages to end.
Next is Juanita Cox.
Juanita Cox, Board of Adjustment, item E, Moore Park, Sovereignty number 3. 11/12/2015, open letter to General Dunford and the Joint Chiefs of Staff with wet ink bond copy of affidavit of probable cause, wet ink copy of declaration of joint sovereignty and sovereign letters patents, copy of editorial. So what does this mean? Who owns what? Number 952, the people own the republics own the states, and the states own all the various states of states, national, territorial, and municipal. The United States of America unincorporated delegated certain enumerated powers via 3 constitutional agreements. In the event that the delegated powers cannot be exercised properly by those entrusted to exercise them, they revert back to the donor, grantor of those enumerated powers. The United States of America unincorporated, now both the territorial United States and the states of the states and the municipal states and the states of the states in capital, are bankrupt and in receivership. All 3 levels of government exercising and delegating powers are incompetent. So all powers they held revert back to the United States of America unincorporated, which retained all undelegated powers from the start, has taken the necessary steps to reclaim the national, territorial, and municipal assets and acknowledge and accept and reconvey the delegated powers. It has renewed and reissued its sovereign letters, patents, and preserved the constitutional system, has summoned the actual land jurisdiction states of the Union Federation to assemble, and they are doing so. It remains as the only international and competent government representing this country and its people. We discover that our delegated powers have been abused by the territorial and municipal United States, and that our copyrights have been infringed, and that our patents and trademarks office have been abused without our knowledge or consent. It was the intent of the perpetrators to run up unsurmountable debts against us and our assets, seeking bankruptcy protection for themselves and leaving us holding the bag. They are counted on us to remain asleep and acquiescence to their false claims of abandonment of our assets. This country and many other countries around the world have suffered an equivalent of identity theft and credit fraud, and still the central banks and international trustees responsible are trying to avoid the necessary correction. We are not being unreasonable or unkind or seeking any unjust enrichment. By the same token, we are resolved not to bear any odious debts, false title claims, and further breach of trust. We require that what is ours be returned to us, this country, together with all remedy.
Next is Jill Colleen.
This is Jill Colleen, and this is for the Board of Adjustment, IME, Moore Park, Sovereignty number 4. In 2015, Americans who have become aware of the fraud return to the land jurisdiction of their birth. The unincorporated government of the actual states and people doing business as the United States of America revives itself. The new government issues new sovereign letters patent for the states on November 4th and for the Indian nations November 6th, and also issues an express trust, the Declaration of Joint Sovereignty. 2017, after extensive due process given to all the principal parties responsible, The liens against all the municipal and territorial government corporations and their franchises are completed and cured by the creditors, us. We are the lawful owners of all that several generations of dishonest employees and middlemen have amassed, and which they have hoped to claim as abandoned property. The success of this scheme would have ended private property rights worldwide. We also require a public accounting to be conducted throughout all sectors of the government that has been provided by the bankrupt governmental services corporations, state of, county of, and municipal entities, and their hired subcontracting agencies, beginning with the most recent annual financial reports, or the APRs, of agencies and departments and public trusts in each state. The most recent comprehensive annual financial reports, or the CAFRs, of the state organizations. Our credit may be accessed to pay for these services, leading to an accurate public accounting for the first time since 1946. The people are claiming our American governance of, by, and for the people, peacefully and lawfully. Paul Revere, wake up. We must act for ourselves and our fellow Americans. What if you could free yourself from IRS and mortgage and other debt? Are you a creditor or debtor? Learn and qualify. There's a free 20-page story at annavonritz.com, ANNAVONREITZ.com/visit-at-grandma's-house.pdf. This reveals problem and solution. Thank you.
We have no further public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we do.
We have a couple folks on Zoom, so I guess you can let me know that I'm going to allow LG to talk here.
Okay, the username with LG Pad, we're not sure what their name is.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The username on Zoom with LG Pad.
Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Okay, am I on? All right, yes, I would like to address this issue regarding the case with Anthony's. First, I'll say hello to everyone. Life is beautiful with the right thoughts, choices, and people. And speaking regarding the legal rights for them to use the BLM candidate properties as they wish to build.
It's feedback. It's getting feedback because of all this.
Use and defend it and give to your relatives as an inheritance or however they choose. On March 23rd, 2020, the Washoe County City Council.
I missed giving these rights of sovereignty in here that I was going to quote.
Is he coming through or is he just talking to himself?
Did you mute the gentleman that was speaking to them?
Hello? I don't think you're hearing the gentleman who's trying to raise your hand and he's speaking.
Probably, are you all in the same room?
Yes.
That's why.
Okay, if, yes, what if the person that is, is LG Pad with you, Mr. Anthony?
Say again?
Is Mr. LG Pad with you?
Say no.
No.
Okay, all right. What we want is just the one individual that is speaking, or we want one person speaking at a time, and we want to give everybody their 3 minutes. So we don't want people talking over the individual because we want to hear what they have to say. Madam Secretary, who is up then?
Their name on the screen is called LGG Pad. We do not have a name, and they're apparently in the same room as Bill Anthony because they're all talking over each other.
Okay. Well, if we can't get that LG pad back, then let's move on to the next one.
Lowered their hand. We also have a Galaxy A50 that
We-
would like to speak.
Galaxy A50, if you're ready to speak, go ahead.
Wait, let me. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear now? Can you hear me now? LG Pad, hello?
Yes, please give your name.
Yes, my name is Jack. I'm a resident, here in Sparks, and this is regarding the issue of the, I guess, Anthony's. May I speak now? Am I clear?
Please.
Okay. Oh, hello, everyone. Life is beautiful, and with the right thoughts, choices, and people, I'm speaking regarding the Anthony's and the people's legal rights to use their home or BLM patented property as they wish to build it, grow food, peacefully enjoy, use and defend it, and give it to their relatives as an inheritance or however they lawfully choose. On March 23rd, 2020, the Washoe County City Council did an emergency powers provision that banned guns, which is our constitutional right. And they got over 700 very angry emails immediately. People are born or moved to Nevada to stay, live, and enjoy our constitutional rights, to choose whatever type of state, religion, home, family or friends, job, and food which they wish to choose to enjoy in our constitutionally protected pursuit of happiness. Land in states of Arizona, Utah, and Nevada are 60 to 85% BLM property, which state citizens and others can use, protect, and control. How? By the city, state, and federal employees that are servants and work for citizens of America, and by suing and voting. In Nevada, BLM properties have leases and ownerships, patents given to ranching, farming, and mineral and mining and metals, salt to clay, and glass to gas, etc. We protect them and these resources and patented homeowners' rights and our hunting, camping, and fishing rights of Nevadans. Recently, politicians have illegally pocketed over $30 million for selling BLM resources worth hundreds of millions of dollars, taken from a rancher in Oregon and selling it to Russia. We have the right and responsibility to protect our rights and resources from enemies, both foreign and domestic. These BLM lands were established hundreds of years ago and are legally protected. These BLM lands creates jobs and feeds our families and Nevada residents with locally guaranteed produced foods, minerals, metals, precious resources, and products that we need for our important jobs and for us to thrive and survive for ourselves and our beautiful state and communities. I have seen throughout our life and others, foreigners trying to violate and stop the BLM businesses and landholders' rights and ranching to camping, etc. And this does harm to each of us directly and indirectly. Again, many people like you and I, who were born and moved to Nevada to stay, live, and enjoy our constitutional rights, choose what type of religion, home, state, family and friends, job, and food we wish or choose to enjoy in our constitutionally protected pursuit of happiness that we are lucky and fortunate to have in our beautiful state of Nevada, as with Arizona, Utah, BLM properties, and other states in America. Join or support the groups, causes, and Anthony's to improve and protect your food, home, jobs, and resources. Don't let any politicians or businessmen, local or foreign, destroy your future or your community. It's yours, not theirs, so stand up, speak up.
No, I asked about this. No, it's 15 minutes.
Now's your,
Madam Secretary, who else do we have?
We have so the last person was speaking over the Galaxy A50. That's the one I muted because the 3 minutes were up. I have a suspicion that the two people, LG Pad and Galaxy A50, are trying to use the same device because it wasn't working on one, I'm guessing. So I don't know, if you'd like, I can unmute the Galaxy A50 again and see if it's somebody else trying to give public comment or not. I mean, whatever you prefer.
I would like I would like to give everybody an opportunity to speak on this matter.
I
So,
would guess, again, it was
so
already-
let's go ahead and try the Galaxy A50 and see if it is not someone that has already had their
I'll let you
opportunity.
address them, and I'm going to unmute it here.
Thank you.
Galaxy. Hello?
Hello. And who is this?
Yes. I already spoke.
Okay. So that,
But
are
I do
you,
know that I could hear everybody
okay, wait a
down there
minute. Are
typing
you,
on the typewriters. I could hear everybody also down there when they're sneezing and coughing. When you have the lady from the beautiful, nice daycare center, she was, you know,
thank you. Okay, is there anyone else out there, Madam
did
Secretary?
not have that feedback.
Okay. We have no further comment. We will go ahead and bring it back to the board for discussion. Any further discussion on this item? Okay. I guess I will.
I just wanted to say that I have a Bible here and I looked up
Okay,
those
well,
verses that were
first of
quoted.
all, is this Miss Anthony? Oh, Christy? Christina?
It's Christina Hill.
All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hi. Are we discussing between the board?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I just happened to be at home teleconferencing this thing, and I have a Bible, and I looked up the Bible verses that they're quoting, and I don't see anywhere in the Bible where it says you don't have to comply with the law. And I know that there's many points of view, but I am of the point of view that they're not relevant to this case.
Okay.
And that if you put a vacant home on a piece of property, you need to get a permit. From those pictures that we saw in the staff report, it's not safe. And if it's not safe, it could start a fire and it could hurt your surrounding neighbors. And I don't think that's right. And I just want to say that.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this?
Mr. Chair, this is Brad Stanley. As long as you have your Bible out, Christina, you might want to take a look at Romans 13, which applies here, but not in the way that some of the folks intended, I think. I agree, and also I just wanted to commend Chad and his team for being, it looks like to me from the stack, ongoingly responsive and informative.
Thank you. Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you. I just, in hearing all this today, there was certainly a lot of effort put into this. And I don't mean this degradingly, but it's almost a manifesto of sorts to this topic, steeped in Constitution and laws and whatnot. And I honestly think that much of this is beyond, at least to me, in as far as the trying to convey their ownership of the land and how they hold that. I certainly do think that in the interest of the populace that we have rules and regulations and permits and things that we get, much as Christina said, so we can make sure that where we live isn't a health threat to us or to others, thereby infringing upon their rights because their house burns down or their sewer runs in the street or something of that nature happens. So yes, I am of the opinion here that permits are warranted and required to make this a safe, healthy, living habitat for these folks and the people around them. And perhaps if the vote goes where they were required to get a permit, that judicial review will shed more light on their concerns and questions here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? I will step in here and just say that the issue at hand really wasn't about property rights or anything like that, or the sovereign nation, the Bible, or anything like that. What we are here today to speak about is a hearing, an administrative hearing, in which it was determined that the Anthonys had put a manufactured or fabricated home onto a piece of property that they owned, and that they failed to get a permit, which costs $172, or to remove it. That's what we're here to talk about today. In so doing, and going through all the documents that I was given on this, I mean, even within the Anthony's own handwriting and some of the documents on administrative hearing, they list their property as the same that's on here of 3765. They say that they are, in fact, that they own the property of the manufactured home. I think it's self-evident that what we have here is a manufactured home on a piece of property that is owned by the Anthonys. They've been asked to remove it. After being asked to remove it, which they failed to do. They were told they had to remove it, which again, they've still failed to do. They've followed the due process, i.e. the appeal process. That's why it is before us. And we're here today to make a determination on whether the facts before us and that were submitted to the hearings officer do in fact support the position that that home is illegal on the property and needs to be removed. With that, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
May I speak for just a moment?
Just one moment. Mr. Large?
In regard to this, the board has the power to affirm, to reverse, or to modify the decision of the hearing officer. I would encourage the board that if they are going to affirm it, that they set a date by which removal or a permit needs to be obtained.
Mr. Large, that's a good point. The question is do we vote on it first and then decide the date, or is that all part of a motion, well, included within a motion?
Because the hearing officer's decision had a date in it, I would say that needs to be modified to include a date specific within the motion.
Well, let's open that up to some discussion. I know the date has since passed, so therefore we would need to determine how much time if it goes in that direction, how much time the Anthonys are afforded before they either comply or remove the manufactured home off the property. Ms. Hill, were you going to say something?
Yeah, when I brought this up before and Chaz said, 30 days, I wrote down May 18th, which is a Monday. So I would, instead of saying the possible motion of April 1st, 2020, I would say May 18th, 2020.
So you're in favor of a 30-day window?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion on that? Thank you. Okay, with that, I will accept a motion on this.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Ms. Hill.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and the information received during the public hearing, the Washoe County Board of Adjustments deny this appeal and affirm the decision of the administrative hearing officer that the appellant is in violation of Washoe County Code Section 110.306.35J and uphold the hearing officer's orders to either remove the subject manufactured home or obtain a setup permit by May 18th, 2020, and authorize the chair of the Board of Adjustment to prepare a written order of the decision and file it with the Secretary of the Board of Adjustment, a copy which shall be served to the appellant.
Thank you. Is there
Second.
Mr. Toulouse, second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda, administrative case number WADMIN 20-0003, Mars Hers Middle School sign. Ms. Olander.
Julie Olander with Planning and Building. This is a administrative permit to allow the installation of a sign that is in size of over 120 square feet, which is permissible, which requires an administrative permit for the Marcy Hers Middle School. The sign is approximately 253 square feet. This is a new middle school on the corner, basically, of Thomas Creek and Arrow Creek. The site is zoned low-density suburban, and the sign that I said earlier is with the school name on it, Marcy Hers, is going to be located on the gym building. It will be visible from Arrow Creek Parkway, and there are other signs that are going to be located on the school. However, they are not over the 120 square feet, so they do not require the an administrative permit. This is what the sign's going to appear to look like. And here is a site plan showing you the star indicates where the school name's going to be signed, and then you can see there are going to be a sign. Number 2 is the entrance, 3 and 4 are directional signs for the different buildings, and then 5 is a sign that says music on it for the music building, but they are all under 120 square feet. Public notice was given to the parcels within 150 feet of the site. This did go before the South Truckee Meadows Washoe Valley Cab on March 5th. There was little discussion, and they did recommend approval. It was reviewed by the various agencies, and there are some conditions of approval included in your staff report. The staff was able to make the 5 findings, and those are reported on page 6 of your staff report, and staff recommends approval. And I provide a possible motion. I believe the school board representative, Tony McMillan, is available on the phone, but I'm not sure at this late hour if he still is or not. But I'm available for any questions you might have, too.
Thank you. Ms. Olander?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Tony McMillan from Washoe County School District. For some reason, I can't see the presentation, but I do have it open on my screen from the agenda. So I'm here for any questions and would just like to thank this board as well as the community for their support.
Why, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Ms. Olander, I do have one quick question for you. Is this sign basically the same style, design, and square footage as the other signs that are going up in the schools that are being built within Washoe Valley?
Julie Olander, for the record, yes, they are. This is the new design the school district has come up with, and because our code only allows up to 120 square feet, these are coming before you.
Thank you. Okay, is there, just 1 minute, hold on. Are there any questions for Ms. Olander from the board? None? Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant from the school district, from the board? Okay, thank you very much. Sir, did you want to add anything?
Yes, Tony McMillan again for the record. I just want to clarify that our signs are based on the school name. Obviously, different names have different letters that are, more letters than that, so they do vary in a little bit of size. And then also like to clarify that this is for the middle school design. This is not the elementary or high school design sign.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McMillan. Any questions for this gentleman? None. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, anybody wishing, anyone from the public wishing to speak on this matter?
I do have an email, but you're going to have to bear with me for a minute to try and pull that up.
Okay.
It won't let me open it.
Is there public comment or am I missing something?
We, evidently there is an email that they're trying to pull up that we can see. So we're just on a standby for a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Brad Stanley, may I ask a question of Planner Olander during this hiatus?
Yes, go ahead.
Julie, I may have missed this, either audio or any other issue, but where's the sign, can you give us some sense of where the sign is to be placed?
Julie Olander for the record. Yes, it's going to be visible from Arrow Creek Parkway, and it's going to be placed on the gym building. That's the best description I can give over the audio versus showing on a map.
So it's essentially facing south.
It's going to be facing south towards Arrow Creek.
Thank you.
Okay, I have the public.
Julie, Christina,
Yes?
hi. Now I see one elevation says music and one elevation says to be named and one elevation says Marcy Heights. How many signs are there and what is it going to say?
Julie Olander for the record. So the only sign that we're really reviewing today is the Marcy Heights Hines Middle School sign that's going to be placed on the gym. The other signs that will be on the property are under 120 square feet, and one's going to be music, and I don't know if you're looking at your staff report or what you're exactly referring to. The staff report has a site plan that shows where these other signs are going to be located. I just wanted to make note of those. But we are not,
Yeah,
that's not what's
see that,
before
but
you.
I need my magnifying glass.
It is a small map. I apologize for that.
Okay, so another thing, while I got you, Julie, is do you think this will set a precedent for more people that want big signs?
So I don't know if you heard Tony McMillan from the school district speak about these signs. They're coming up with a specific logo type sign for each, for the elementary schools, another type for the middle school, and another type for the high school. And depending on the name of the school, it will drive the size of the sign. So that's what we're going to be seeing with the school district. And maybe Tony could speak further to that if he's available.
Yes, I'm available, and let me help with the signs, Ms. Hill, with the question. Number one, when you say that you see to be named, the problem with our designs is when they say to be named, it's because the school hasn't been named yet.
I know that, yeah.
And then the other signs on the building, there's a entrance sign at the front door that just goes over the door. There's 100, 200 numbers on the back of the school, wayfinding for the 4 wings, the 4 floors of classroom wings.
Yeah.
And then the music sign is a wayfinding as well, because the music wing is it also doubles as the lunchroom and the stage and that. So you have the main school signs at the gym, and then you have the wayfinding for the few areas as you go around the building there for the school. We don't light our signs on schools, so I know that's always a consideration. And then at the middle and high school level, occasionally you may see a request for a lighted sign or a backlit sign, but that is all handled on its own permit. That's not part of initial construction. It's down the road. Sometimes we get them and sometimes we don't. So from that perspective, that's what we have. The majority of our signs are actually a little bit smaller. The middle school gym buildings as well as the high school, they're such large buildings, signs get muted and people don't really even know what they are. So that's what drives sometimes the size.
I thought our eyesight was just getting bad. Or the students aren't as smart as they used to be.
Yes. If you've been
They
to
need big letters.
Yes, DePauli Middle School would be the middle school South Town that's been there for about 10 years. The signs are the same. And then the new Desert Skies and Sky Ranch middle schools in Sun Valley and in Spanish Springs are identical to this.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that clarification. Madam Secretary, do you have that email?
Yes, I do. It is from Tobin S. Bechtel, the head of school for the Sage Ridge School, and commentary for Marcy Hers Middle School sign. I believe the sign should be limited to the same size as Hunsberger Elementary School sign on the corner of Arrow Creek and Crossbow Court. Do not see why a blazoned wall sign is needed for a suburban school. This is not a commercial property nor a commercial zone. Signage should also clearly indicate that access to the school is via Thomas Creek Road. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is no further public comment.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board for discussion. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence.
I move that after giving reasoned consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Board of Adjustment approve administrative case number WAD-MIN 20-0003 for Board of Adjustment, having made all 5 findings in accordance with Washoe County Development Code Section 110.808.252, those being for consistency, improvement, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, and no effect on a military installation.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Ms. Hill seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item up on the agenda is administrative case number WAD-MIN 20.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I have to disclose that I am the applicant, right, basically, for this project. And so I have to, I guess, recuse myself from voting.
I think that would be a fair statement.
Okay. I would hope that it's okay that I could listen and give commentary if applicable, because I'm not going to vote on it. Or what do you think?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Large for the record. In regard to this, obviously, as Ms. Hill outlined, she has a conflict of interest on this, and as a board member, she cannot, she must abstain from deliberation or voting on the matter. However, as the applicant, as a participant in the applicant, she still has the right to speak, as do all members of the public in regard to this matter. So I would say that she can stay on the line and at the appropriate time can be called upon to answer any questions that she has as the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Large.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, that sounds good. Then we'll go ahead and move forward with this. So we're hearing administrative case number WAD-MIN 20-0004, St. Francis the Assisi Catholic Church expansion. Okay, Mr. Pelham.
Good evening again, Mr. Chair and members of the board. For the record, Roger Pelham with Washoe County Planning. Administrative case number WAD-MIN 20-0004 is for St. Francis of Assisi Catholic Church. This is up in the incline area. The request is to allow the expansion of a church building by means of a 2-story addition of about 1,000 square feet on each level. So the existing building's about 12,000. It's going to be about 14,000 if this is approved and constructed. Because the expansion is over 10%, that does bring us into the point where we do need this special use permit. Generally speaking, these plans do meet generally applicable code requirement. The area of expansion is screened substantially, but still visible from off-site. We did have one neighbor call and not complain, but certainly put his opinion that he felt that there was inappropriate light spillover, that it was too bright outside, particularly at the property lines. And one of the basic code requirements for this sort of thing is we would need on the plans to show what that exterior lighting is and how that light spills over. That's typically called a photometric study. And so we did, now that's typically required by code. Basically as a courtesy to the applicant, we went ahead and included that as a condition as well, just to draw it to their attention. Likewise, expansion of an existing civic use type requires compliance with landscape code. And again, that's going to be required by the code regardless, but we included that in the conditions of approval, again, just as a courtesy to bring it to their to the applicant's attention. The applicant did provide a letter from the architect, I believe it was yesterday or today, asking to strike those conditions. I recommend that you leave them in because essentially they're a courtesy, just to bring the relevant code to their attention. But that being said, the site plan is here on the overhead. You see the portion on the right center of your screen that is in yellow, that's highlighted. That is the area of expansion versus the existing church sort of to the middle there. This is an elevation of the expansion. It matches with the existing facility and will blend nicely in my opinion. Notice was sent to 93 affected property owners. Again, we got one or two comments. The Incline Village Crystal Bay Cab did recommend approval after their hearing. They had very little discussion on it. This was reviewed by all of the appropriate agencies, and those relevant conditions and comments have been included in your staff report. The findings are shown here. Staff is able to make all of those findings and does recommend approval, again, subject to the conditions of approval as included at Exhibit A to your staff report. After that very brief presentation, I am available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Pelham. Any questions for Mr. Pelham? Hearing none. Thank you, sir.
Brad Stanley with a question for Mr. Pelham.
Go ahead, Mr. Stanley.
Roger, did we, given this big unusual kind of arrangement here for this meeting, did we receive a letter which seemed to suggest that, and Christina would probably have an answer to this too, that some of the conditions were addressed in an earlier agreement with the on this project?
Yes, sir. Through the chair, if I may. That was the contention of the applicant. But again, these are standard code provisions that would have to be addressed at building permit stage for this new expansion in any case. Again, really, it's more of a courtesy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Pelham? Hearing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Ms. Hill, you are the applicant. Is there anything you'd like to add to this?
Yes, well, the church is in the middle of a forest. I don't know if you guys have ever been in the sanctuary, the chapel, or the main church. You look out over these floor-to-ceiling windows and you're in a forest. So I think in the letter that was written by Collaborative Design, requesting that we don't have to put in landscape islands, and the photometric survey is not a big deal really because we already have one done. That was part of this letter, and apparently, it would be important for the church to maybe revisit that and see if there is light spilling off of their site. So, but the condition regarding the landscape islands, I think is a little crazy because it is so beautifully landscaped and in the middle of a forest, and parking is a valuable commodity, and any landscape islands would take away from that. And there's no need for landscaping. It's shady, and it would just create a hardship for the church and on the parishioners because of lack of parking. And it's not required. I mean, it's not necessary. But we submitted an application for a director's modification for that. So I guess that will be determined by us or you guys now, or I don't know. But I would recommend eliminating the 1E condition so we don't have to do landscape islands.
If I can jump in very quickly to respond,
Mr.
Ms. Hills.
Please.
The item you have in front of you is an administrative permit. It does not offer the board the same latitude that a special use permit would in terms of varying certain code requirements. What Ms. Hill was referring to is a requirement of code. I think it was included in the staff report under the conditions of approval as more of a courtesy to the applicants to let them know that this is in fact code. There is an opportunity, I believe, that they have submitted a director's modification for a possible elimination of this requirement. What we're seeking is basically a direction from the board in terms of whether or not that's appropriate. However, the board does not have the official authority to waive that requirement.
Thank you for that clarification. Any questions on that?
Yeah, I have a question. Is Kevin Merkling available from Collaborative Design? I thought he was going to join the meeting.
I am on the call.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks.
I would like a point of clarification from Mr. Pelham. When you give this requirement for the landscape plan, you were not giving any specific requirements. You were simply stating that a landscape plan needed to be provided. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, I believe the direction needs to come from the chair.
Yes, I was gonna say you're really not in a position to ask staff directly a question like that. What you can do is you can ask it to the board or through the chair, and if we deem it appropriate, or then we'll go ahead and we can ask the question. So if you want to restate, if you'd like to restate.
Point of clarification, this is my first time doing one of these, so.
Okay, well, go ahead. If you want to restate the question to the chair or to one of the board members, feel free.
Okay. I feel first off that there seems to be two ways that people are looking at this. We're addressing that we are requesting that we not have to put in landscape islands as part of the project, which is a separate issue, I think, from what Mr. Pelham gave as the conditions of approval, which was simply stating that a landscape plan needed to be provided. The position that we have been putting forward, that we are putting forward, is that we are disturbing a small portion of the site and the existing landscaping which was there, which was originally done in 2007. And I'm making the assumption that it went through all the appropriate approval processes at that time. And it is the intention of the church to re-landscape that area once the construction has been completed, leaving, of course, the appropriate clearances because of the electrical equipment that is in that location. The condition that was on the condition of approval was that a landscaping plan needed to be submitted, and I don't remember if it said it needed to be submitted and approved or just submitted before the grading groundwork could be just submitted before groundwork could go into effect. And there is some concern related to the fact that we are coming up on the limited Tahoe Basin construction time. Christina, are you going to say something?
Yeah, I leaned forward and my light went on. I was going to say that, you know, I don't think we have a problem with the submittal of a landscape plan if it shows the existing. The problem is actually condition 1F that says that it has to landscaping, screening, installed and satisfy the requirement as set forth in the Washoe County Development Code prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy. And that is the provision that we're asking for a director's modification to not have, because it would require a landscape island every like 5 spaces. And it would eliminate a lot of spaces, and it would tear up and disrupt the circulation of the existing parking lot, and it's just not necessary. We have plenty of landscaping on the site. It's beautifully landscaped. So it's actually 1F that is not really, that it has to meet the code, and the code requires that the landscape islands be installed. So that's the issue that we're asking for, you know, alleviating that condition from the director's modification. And I understand, you know, if the Board of Adjustments can't do it, then that's fine, but hopefully the director's modification can. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. Let me just, maybe it's a point of clarification, and Mr. Lloyd, maybe you can answer it, but this director's modification, when it comes to the landscaping, does that default to you? And if they made their application to not submit a plan for landscaping, you can either grant that or not?
Yeah, the code grants a certain latitude to, in this case, it would fall to the director of planning and building. However, there would be an analysis provided, and if it's determined that there are extenuating circumstances to remove such a requirement, the director has that authority.
So the bottom line is, if we left it in there, then what they could do is they can make application to you, and then you can make that determination of whether you needed a landscape plan or not.
That's exactly right, and it may be helpful, and I'm looking at Mr. Pelham. I don't know that this condition is necessarily needed in this list of conditions, since it is in fact code. Maybe Roger can weigh in on that.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, yeah. Again, this is a courtesy to the applicant. Planning staff does not have the authority to approve any building permit that does not meet all required provisions of the development code. Now, not every provision is applicable in every instance, but you must meet all of the requirements that are applicable in this case. In this case, a landscape plan is required, and it has to meet all the applicable provisions of Article 438. Again, this is, and I have no authority to approve unless the plans that are ultimately submitted for a building permit in fact meet code. Whether this condition of approval is included or whether it is removed, the fact remains exactly the same. They have to meet code. So, if I may, Under certain circumstances, and I think Mr. Lloyd has outlined those well, when there are exceptional conditions or extraordinary conditions, then the director has certain latitude. And that is done by a different process. What I would like to point out is that we are not styled today to grant a variance. We haven't noticed for a variance. It's not part of the description, and that's really outside of our purview this afternoon. The other thing I would say is some of those landscape standards do include landscape islands. It's one for every 10 spaces with not more than 12 in a row. And again, that's something that the director may feel is appropriate or inappropriate, but again, that's really outside what we're dealing with today, and I would be a little bit uncomfortable to pursue that too much further.
Mr. Chair.
I have a question for the board.
I'm sorry, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Hold on, one moment, please.
It may be wise to remove these conditions. I don't want to, I anticipate that the director's modification will be granted or not. However, if it is granted, it may pose a conflict if the conditions are still part of this request.
So if we remove the conditions, and we're talking conditions E and F, is that what we're
That's correct, yes.
They would still have to ask for the director's modification.
Yes.
Makes it fairly easy.
Which I have already submitted, and it's been submitted since this application. I like submitted it the next day.
Okay.
So, the director's modification has been submitted to request that we don't have to comply with the requirement of putting in landscape islands one every 10 spaces because of the elimination of parking and the lack of need for it due to the forest environment, which I can see it's a necessary requirement for most of Washoe County. But it's not really applicable to this situation where you have a 60-year-old church in in a very well forested area, or at least residential neighborhood, basically. And it's just not applicable in this situation.
I don't know how to raise my hand on this. I kind of would like to second the gentleman whose name I do not know. The concern that I wanted to raise was exactly that case. If the director's modification, which we have submitted, is approved and it runs counter to these two conditions of our administrative permit, we then have conflicting conditions. And I understand Mr. Pelham's position that this is not a variance deliberation. It's not, that's through the other process that we were following, but that is a concern that there might be a piece in this which could later cause a difficulty because if we are granted the exception that we have requested, that would be in conflict with condition F.
Right, I think we understand that at this point in time. I think it's pretty clear, so thank you. We do appreciate that. Mr. Pelham, did you have anything to add?
As a final, very brief comment, it is the policy of staff not to act upon administrative decisions like a director's modification of standards when you don't have a required discretionary approval, in this case, through the Board of Adjustments. So they're asking for a modification of something that hasn't been approved yet. Therefore, we have not acted upon that. It's essentially outside of today.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Pelham.
Yes, sir.
I understand no variance. What was the elimination? How many parking spaces would be lost in this?
I would be speculating.
We wouldn't speculate, okay.
Yes.
And snow storage and things like that and snow removal wouldn't play into this because variance is not a concern that we can concern ourselves with. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay, I just wanted to double check that with you. Thank you.
Certainly, sir.
Okay. Any other questions from staff to the applicant? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and close that. Madam Secretary, is there anyone from the public wishing to make a comment on this?
We have no public comment.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board for discussion. I guess I'll step in here, and I see no problem, should we approve this, I see no problem in eliminating 1E and 1F as to the conditions. This way we don't end up with any type of confusion, and it defaults to basically the director to go ahead and make the necessary call on that. I know within the documents that were submitted, they also wanted sections G, H, and I eliminated, but to be honest with you, I'm really not in favor of that. I don't really see a problem with, I'll just go to 1H, which just says light spillover on any property line is prohibitive. That's not really a questionable issue. It either is or it isn't. In addition, I is all exterior light shall emit downward only. I don't know why we would want to eliminate that. I think that should stay. And then the photometric plan, as I understand it, they already had one on file, or they could go ahead and get one just to ensure that the lighting will follow within those guidelines. That would be my position on this if we elect to approve this. Any other comments? Any other discussion?
I concur, Mr. Chair. I think those are all good points.
This is Brad Stanley. I concur as well.
Thank you very much. With that, I would say I'll entertain a motion, but given the fact that those were my comments, I guess I will make the motion. So bear with me for a second here. I move that after giving reasonable consideration to the information contained in the staff report and information received during the public hearing, the Board of Adjustment approve administrative case number WADMIN 20-0004 for St. Francis of the Assisi Catholic Church, having made all 5 findings in accordance with the Washoe County Development Code, Section 110.808.25, for consistency, improvements, site suitability, issuance not detrimental, effects on a military installation, and the removal of, under the conditions 1E and 1F be excluded from that. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Toulouse. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Stanley? Did we hear from you?
Sorry, I was muted. A very nice way of handling that and very timely. And aye.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. And Ms. Hill, you can come back online for the remainder of the agenda items.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Item number 9, chair and board items. Number A, future agenda items. Does the board have any
Mr.
future?
Chair?
Yes, Mr. Toulouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hate to bring up a sore subject, but I would like to request again that the Soleil project be on a future agenda so we can address our concerns.
Thank you, may I jump in? That allows me to strike that item off my list. So thank you, Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley and Mr. Toulouse.
If I can jump in on that.
Mr. Lloyd?
Yeah, I understand the passion within this board for this item. However, the decision has been made at a higher level than myself, that this item shall not be returning to the board, and under no uncertain terms. That was the decision of the department.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Toulouse.
I'm assuming that was Mr. Lloyd. I kind of had a hard time hearing that. If that is in fact the case, I would like to request that the person who made that decision come to the board and tell us why that decision was made and why our request for that item to come back to the board is being denied.
I think we can provide a memo as to that justification. I can't speak for anyone else returning to this board, but we will be in contact regarding this matter to all of you.
This is Brad again. One of the things that would be helpful in the response from the higher authority is how we might improve our thinking on these matters, since our current understanding is that what is being suggested and agreed upon is actually being acted upon. So
turn it off.
Any additional guidance as to the limit of our concern would be very helpful.
Thank you. You got it.
Yeah, I would kind of echo that too. If, maybe a little bit of future guidance as to what others in higher position than ours think is appropriate that we should be spending our time on, or maybe not spending our time on, would...
Absolutely, because as I recall, Mr. Lloyd, you and the team guided us through that process and took quite a long time doing that, and there was quite a lot of effort expended, and even a request to us or suggestion to us that we had to go out and analyze the situation. And that
probably has to cool down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other future agenda items we would like to see? I know at one time, Mr. Large, at one time, I know the cab up there at Incline was not voting on items. And I know there was some discussion about having a conversation with their chair to say, no, they do have that authority. Do you know if either one of you gentlemen know if that was...
Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the DA's office, I do not know. I know we had those discussions offline in regard to what the authority of the cab was to vote. I don't know whether or not that has been conveyed to them, but Mr. Pelham seems to know.
Thank you. Mr. Pelham, you're back at the podium. Can you help us out with this?
With the indulgence of my planning manager, yes, I was at the last meeting and I told them that yes, they could in fact vote on those. They were very pleased about that.
Good man. Thank you very much for doing that. So,
if it pleases the chair, didn't that cab vote actually in one of the items that apply here that we're entertaining, or that we've entertained?
St. Francis, yeah, they probably did.
Yeah, I think I think they voted unanimously for it.
Yeah.
And so, ergo a vote.
okay. Next item,
I
request...
was at that meeting.
Excellent.
Really?
One thing I would like is next time, I assume we probably will do this again, this Zoom type meeting. And if we could upgrade to doing the video portion too, because I miss seeing some of the exhibits and the people, if we had video capabilities, it would be a lot easier to understand what was going on.
Okay, well, I think that's a good point. We can take that into account, see if we have to do this again in the future, make it more streamlined. I'm looking over at Mr. Lloyd, kind of seeing if I get a nod.
I'm looking at my technical experts over here. I know such a matter. I think there may be some
Mr.
problems going that route.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This is Brad again. And
Just a second, we got two people walking over each other. Mr. Stanley, were you making a comment?
I was. Other than talking over someone accidentally, I was going to actually say that there are some capabilities in Zoom, of course, that are in addition to what we're using. Although, Christine, you were on video a couple times there. I think the team has done a great job of getting this thing actually launched, given all the moving parts, and given almost no time and probably not the ultimate in resources. So my hat's off to the folks.
Well, thank you.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Toulouse.
The only other thing I would like to see addressed, especially if we have to do this meeting again in this fashion, is something has to be done with the audio quality. It's especially difficult to understand Mr. Lloyd and Mr. Large and even the speakers from the dais. I don't know if that has to do with the amplification or what, but it is very difficult. And I guess speaking as someone who is somewhat hearing impaired, something has to be done for that audio quality.
I'm not sure if it may not be on your end. I don't know. I've done the I've remotely zoomed in on a number of occasions in this room, and the audio was working fine for me, but I don't know.
Yeah, well,
there's some crackling background.
Zoom, excuse me, everyone who is on Zoom, I can hear just fine with great audio quality. It's just the folks from the county where I have such a difficult time with the audio quality. For example, Mr. Large, Mr. Lloyd, all the folks on the dais and the planners as well, that audio quality is atrocious.
Right.
Everybody who's on Zoom, Christina, Brad, myself, and even some of the public comment, if they were on Zoom, I had no trouble understanding them at all. The audio quality was fine.
It's my understanding that everybody's on Zoom, and I don't know how many mics are running through there at the county building, but there is a menu pull down kind of option about optimizing sound that allows you to do things like either block out and mute any background noises or to modify them and so forth. It's just a pull down window, so somebody might try that.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind and see if we can make it better next time.
We will make adjustments to do everything we can to make it better.
Okay. That was request for information from staff. I gather we just hit on all that. Director and legal counsel items, report on previous Board of Adjustment items. Mr. Lloyd, do you have something for us?
Nothing to report from me.
Thank you very much. How about legal information and updates, Mr. Large?
Very little. I just wanted to make one mention that because of some of the appeals that we're seeing and because of the COVID-19 outbreak, we are going to be up against windows in terms of when we can have those hearings. Staff has been working overtime to make sure that everything is being done in a timely manner. We've had some delays on these things, and our applicants have been working with our staff very well. But as we move forward, these meetings become more and more vital because we're going to be up against deadlines. So I don't want, if we need to have rescheduled or anything in terms of people not being able to appear, let us know sooner so maybe we can plan it for a time that all of us are available.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's good words of wisdom. General public comment discussion. Madam Secretary, anyone wishing to speak on any item or any matter?
I don't have any requests for public comment.
Thank you. Wait a minute. Mr. Pelham has his hand raised, but before we get to Mr. Pelham, I'd just like to intercede here and say, I just want to say thank you to all of the staff in this trying times, that all that you have done, putting even the Zoom together, working through that, working through your regular your regular staff reports, especially with everything that we're all faced with. So thank you very much. I'm sure it's not easy, but it's well appreciated. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before you go on, I just wanted to acknowledge these two ladies. They've done an incredible job, and I think
Absolutely.
the hours they put in, there's a lot of moving parts behind the scenes, and we're just blessed to have them.
Yes. It's definitely a collaborative effort. We appreciate it immensely. Mr. Pelham, did you have something you wanted to add, sir?
Thank you very much. Again, Roger Pelham for the record. My planning manager stole my thunder. I just wanted to point out how much work Donna and Katie have done behind the scenes. Could not happen without them. They're absolutely stellar, and they deserve so much credit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else for the good of the order? We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Stay healthy, everybody.
Here, here.